The Only Band in the World. Stories and Conversations with 21 Pilots. Written and read by Ryan Bird. Introduction. Well, if there isn't anybody else. Those 6 words have stayed with me for more than a decade. It was February of 2015, and as editor, I had just decided to put a band on the cover of Rock Sound magazine for the very first time. As almost anyone who has worked in the music media will tell you, a band receiving its first magazine cover is often something people can see coming a mile off. It's an inevitable coronation based on the notion of when, rather than if. This time, however, was different. Not only would this be the band in question's first magazine cover outside of their native United States, but it would also be one of their very first features in any overseas publication, period. It was a moment I had been building up to since I first saw the band at my local music venue, England's Oxford Academy 2. In front of a mere 400 people on a cold and predictably miserable night, the evening of February 18th, 2014, to be exact, I witnessed what remains one of the most remarkable and stunning spectacles I have ever set eyes on. For just over an hour, 2 men, armed with nothing more than a drum kit, a piano and, to my bemusement, a ukulele, put on one of the most enthralling performances that I had ever seen. From the moment the pair burst into life, their faces concealed by balaclavas, what subsequently unfolded on a cramped and tiny stage, the very stage on which Radiohead had filmed the music video to their breakthrough hit turned outcast anthem Creep more than 2 decades earlier, was both unique and, in the most literal sense of the word, unbelievable. It wasn't merely the music, which appeared to have such little regard for borders that it would make the veins of anyone who has ever obsessed over the existence of small boats or the building of walls positively explode, that stood out. Mainly, it was the reaction of the people. Their people. For the duration of the set, it was as though every song performed was the most famous song in the world. In reality, there was not a single mainstream hit, meaning there was no logical reason as to why every person in the room seemed to know every word to every song, let alone felt the need to scream those words as though it was the last show they would ever witness. From the first minute to the last, that was what happened, and in the months and years to come, I would learn that such a response was very much the rule rather than the exception. It wasn't just that night, it was every night, in every town, in every country. Though the world has since caught up, at that time the only people aware of the phenomenon were the people already in the room. Turning to a young woman next to me, I asked her if she believed that the band in question, 21 Pilots, could one day become the biggest band in the world. Without a moment of hesitation, she delivered one of the sharpest and most brilliant answers to any question I've ever heard. They're going to be the only band in the world. Those words made the ones at the beginning of this introduction seem positively outrageous. Having proudly declared my intentions to place the band on the front cover to a fellow member of the music press, their response, one that implied that such a decision could only have been made due to a lack of having any other option, served only to prove that much of the world was still asleep. At that moment, I realised that if I was the only person in my tiny corner of the world who believed that the band had a story worth telling, it was one that I wanted to tell myself. Make no mistake, whether I or anybody else had ever written a single word about 21 Pilots, it would not have hindered their success. However, I will always be proud that while most other outlets were begrudgingly giving them minimal attention, if any, while openly pondering whether they were a threat to rock and alternative culture, mine had the guts to scream that they were its future from its front page. To steal a turn of phrase, they were the only choice. In the years since our first conversation, I've been fortunate enough to have been granted permission to document tiny chapters of the band's story more frequently than anybody else. From being given a front row seat as their incredible, once-in-a-generation rise unfolded following the release of Blurry Face, to being flown to their hometown of Columbus, Ohio for an exclusive first interview ahead of the release of Trench, the trust and belief shown in me by not only Tyler and Josh, but by their entire inner circle, has been one of the most humbling experiences of my career. All things told, I am proud to say that I placed them on the cover of Rock Sound on 8 separate occasions during my time there. Since we met, they have allowed me to meet and spend time with their families, just as they have been gracious enough to spend time with my own, and have on occasion invited me into their homes as well as their dressing rooms. Be it recording a song in the form of their stunning reimagining of My Chemical Romance's Cancer, or embracing me on the day that I watched my brother pass away from that very disease, the decency and respect that I have been shown by the band's camp, not just professionally but personally, is something that I will always be hugely grateful for. More than mere friendship and opportunity, they have also provided me with something I have not encountered nearly enough of in my life: genuine inspiration. It's something I've found not only in their music, their message and their methods, but in those who they bring together. If you're listening to these words, you are almost certainly one of the people I speak of. From Birmingham to Brussels, Manchester to Manhattan, and Copenhagen to Chicago, for over a decade now, I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the love and dedication that people from all over the world afford them. I've sat on trains and buses in the early hours of countless mornings, listening to people relive every moment of concerts that gave them hope and purpose. I've walked lines on multiple continents and witnessed friendships being made in real time, born of a shared love and passion for music and the individuals who make it. I've even seen that passion shape buildings to their foundations, to the extent that they have needed to close in order to be physically and structurally repaired. It's because of that power, and therefore because of people just like you, that this book, this collection of stories and conversations, exists. Let me be clear that when it comes to 21 Pilots, this is merely a book, rather than the book. Even when that book exists, it will belong to Tyler and Josh and will be presented on their own terms, in their own words. This is merely a collection of stories I have been lucky enough to have written myself, all of which stand tall as the works I am most proud to have produced. Works that have been written about two people who I believe to be at the centre of a remarkable tale, one that is going to continue being written, and hopefully written about, for many more years to come. I don't view these as my stories, but as our stories. And as such, that means they're your stories. Though I would never speak on their behalf, I do feel comfortable in stating that for as long as I have known them, Tyler and Josh have been constantly in awe of the support that has been shown to them by their fans at every turn. Our conversations have been dominated not by the idleness of gossip or the intricacies of building worlds, but by why it is that they do what they do, as well as what it is that inspires them to do it. You. With all that said, thank you. Thank you for drawing my attention to one of the most exciting, vital bands in the world. Thank you for your passion and for helping to create and inspire what I believe to be one of the most intriguing, important musical and cultural movements of our time. Thank you for insisting that these stories were written in the first place, as well as ensuring they will continue to live on in some small, albeit hopefully meaningful way. But most of all, thank you for proving to the entire world that, no matter what anyone may have once thought, there really isn't anybody else. Chapter 1. Leaders of the New World. May 2015. The author remembers. I could have killed Tyler that day. I don't mean that in the way you probably think I do. I mean I literally could have killed him. Along with the interview that spawned the feature you're about to read, this day, the day on which I met Tyler and Josh for the very first time, also included a photo shoot. As the person in charge of the concept, my goal had been to present the band as renegades, anarchists who were leading a musical rebellion that would soon liberate the entire world. As we moved into the most hazardous part of the shoot, featuring Josh pulling the cap off numerous distress flares while smoke grenades quickly engulfed the entire warehouse, I began having a conversation with the photographer's assistant who, incredibly, it transpired used to work with my father. After talking for several minutes, she suddenly stopped mid-conversation as her eyes grew wide. "That paint he's got on," she gestured. "It's not oil-based, right?" Turning around, I saw that Tyler was suddenly the one with a flare in his hands that, as well as his throat, were smothered with thick, black, potentially flammable paints, as he prepared to pull the cap and unleash a very real, very live flame. To this day, I have no idea how my pants survived the terror I felt in that moment. Although I didn't succeed in setting fire to Tyler that day, there was nonetheless a spark present. After sitting down with them for more than an hour, I realised that beyond my initial intrigue, Tyler and Josh were possibly the most fascinating people I had ever interviewed. Not merely because of their answers to my questions, but because they had questions of their own. In stark contrast to almost every other band I've interviewed over the past 2 decades, and that is quite literally hundreds, they were just as interested in my opinions as they were in giving me theirs. As such, what transpired was a genuine conversation, one that left me feeling as though, at the ripe old age of 28, I had just discovered my new favourite band. I didn't realise it in the moment, but my life changed forever that day. Given Blurryface was released barely 48 hours later, it's probably fair to say that I wasn't alone in that regard. Main chapter. 5 more years. On a warm yet slightly breezy day in mid-May, those words are reverberating around homes, pubs and offices across the United Kingdom. Days after a general election that saw fear win out over hope, you can almost feel the despair in the wind. While a tangible sense of dread looms, there remains at least the smallest glimmer of hope that something better might soon come along. Something, or perhaps someone, with the power to galvanise the masses like few before them. In an East London warehouse, 2 men with change on their minds stand side by side. As thick red smoke bellows out of a nearby grenade, one sits dutifully at an old piano and begins playing a series of sombre, sporadic notes. As he does this, the other pulls the cap from a distress flare and raises it high into the air. Its blinding red light fills the room, emitting a level of heat that causes everybody in the immediate vicinity to cover their eyes and take several steps back. While the timing of this display might seem fitting, the pair come not in the name of political reform, but reform of a different, albeit equally meaningful kind. Help, it seems, is on the way. The beauty of music is that it has absolutely no limits, offers Tyler Joseph, one of the building's resident anarchists. There are no rules, no laws. It's like the ultimate playground. No matter how old you get, you're always allowed to play on it. Flanked today by his friend and 21 Pilots bandmate Josh Dunn, Tyler has spent the last 6 years breaking just about every musical convention presently enshrined in law. With Josh on drums and Tyler on vocals, piano, ukulele, and pretty much any other instrument you can fit on a stage, the pair's unique blend of rap, hip-hop, electronica, rock, and off-kilter pop has seen them become an underground phenomenon. Lauded by peers and adored by an army of fans that appears to be multiplying by the day, these 2 26-year-old men could soon be so much more than that. In all seriousness, they could be about to become the most important band of the decade. Best of all, they're virtually oblivious to that fact. I've always felt behind in some ways, confesses Tyler. I didn't play my first show until I was 19. More and more people of that age are already signed or putting out records, or touring 200 days out of the year, so it was a pretty late start. Even now, I still feel like I'm trying to catch up. If the frontman is still trying to catch up, there really isn't much point in anybody else bothering to start running. As the pair arrive shortly after 10 a.m, they do so with a UK tour taking place in 6 months already completely sold out, with tickets having gone on sale at almost the exact moment they make their entrance to today's photo shoot. More than 2,000 tickets in London, 1,500 tickets in Manchester, 1,000 tickets in Glasgow, gone in seconds. And that's not even all of them. Similarly, their North American headline tour, due to take place in September and October of this year, is sold out in almost every city already, racking up sales of well over 100,000 tickets. They won't know it for a few more weeks, but their new album Blurryface is about to top the charts in their homeland, turning every head from Los Angeles to New York, firmly in their direction. They have achieved this with virtually no press, no mainstream radio play, and most strikingly of all, no regard for how things are supposed to be done. It shouldn't have happened, but it did, and it is. While that fact might seem like the body, in truth it's merely the headline. Because believe me when I say this, the story is only just beginning. It's a story that can be traced back to Columbus, the state capital and largest city of Ohio. Situated in the heart of the American Midwest, the state is often, albeit wrongly, associated with grey, gloomy skies that hang wearily over a rusting, hopeless landscape. It's the type of place some probably spend their entire youths dreaming of escaping. Against all odds, it was there that the seeds of one of the most colourful bands in existence were planted. Some of the best times in my life stem from when I was a kid growing up in Columbus, smiles Tyler. Yesterday it started raining, and the smell took me back to when my brother and I would sit in our house and wait for it to stop so that we could go outside and play. I love that part of my life. I write a lot of songs about things like that, not necessarily to hold on to those memories, but almost to try and recreate them. Even though I get to travel the world, Columbus is still my favourite city on earth. For Tyler, Columbus was pretty much the only city he'd ever known for much of his life. Growing up in a family that rarely travelled, both parents were teachers who earned fairly modest incomes, family vacations were often about sleeping in and staying home, rather than exploring the big, wide world. In the last 2 years, I've seen more of the world than I ever imagined, he marvels. Prior to being in this band, I'd probably only ever been on a plane twice in my life. I would love for my family to be able to see and experience what I do. The world is so much bigger than I thought. Although both members of 21 Pilots were born and raised in the city, I lived in 2 houses before the age of 25, and they were less than 3 miles apart, says Josh. Only Tyler remains at present, with Josh relocating to Los Angeles last year. Despite the 2 places being a good 2,000 miles apart, Josh estimates that he spends as much time in Columbus as he does in the city he currently calls home, if you can ever really call Los Angeles that. Home is a weird concept to me, says Josh. I feel like I have a house full of stuff, which is completely different. The idea of a home seems kind of foreign to me these days. For me, home is pretty much wherever I'm hanging out with Tyler. That said, he continues, I honestly don't know whether I could have moved away unless Tyler was still in Columbus. His bandmate seems genuinely taken aback by this. Really? Asks Tyler. Really, replies Josh. I moved away knowing that because Tyler is still in Columbus, I'll still be there a lot. As long as Tyler is still there, it feels like I'll always have that connection. This might sound sweet, and it undoubtedly is, but it would be easy to get lost in the sentiment and overlook how completely alien such a fondness and pride in their city of birth can be in the modern era. In the world of rock in particular, the biographies and memoirs of countless stars and icons are littered with tales of struggle, as well as a deep desperation to escape towns and birthplaces that, more often than not, they consider to be prisons. 21 Pilots choose not to shy away from the place they call home, but to instead put it at the centre of everything they do. Earlier this year, the pair celebrated Record Store Day by releasing a vinyl in the shape of Ohio, while the video for recent single Stressed Out sees them sitting on curbs and pedalling children's tricycles around the very streets they grew up on, performing in their real-life childhood homes as their families look on. In a way, I suppose we're trying to bring both our families and hometown along with us, explains Tyler. Maybe part of that is the guilt or the regret that in doing what we do, we miss out on a lot of really important things. Relationships can start to change in that absence, and I don't like that. I think that both of us feel as though we could be better brothers or better sons. Columbus isn't just where we're from, it's where everything about this band started. Those are 2 very different but equally important things to me. So many bands move away and leave where they're from in order to make it, but Josh and I didn't want to do that. We wanted to make it happen in Ohio, and that's exactly what we did. Even if you've never been there, If you're a fan of our band, that love was born out of there. Frankly, this band is Columbus. It's both their hometown and their native state to which the two men owe much of their success. In their collective infancy, the pair would drive an hour or two outside of Columbus to perform, gradually building an audience with the goal of enticing people to eventually attend shows in the city itself, sucking them in as though they were satellites caught in orbit. The plan worked, and after playing a hometown show to some 1,800 people in 2011, the two signed with Atlantic Records subsidiary Fueled by Ramen to release their major label debut, Vessel, in January of 2013. In the 2.5 years since its release, the album has gone on to shift more than 250,000 units in the US alone, consistently selling more than 2,000 copies per week ever since it came out. It's a platform from which the pair continue to benefit, one that serves as an example of how, rather than chasing success, it is possible to bring it to your own doorstep, on your own terms. I grew up with so many people who were like, I can't wait to finish school and get out of this place, says Josh. That always seems so strange to me. If you feel like going to a particular place will be good for you, then by all means, follow your heart. But I truly believe that you can achieve your goals no matter where you're from. Whenever I'm in Los Angeles, I see so many servers or waiters in restaurants who are working that job purely because they feel like they need to be in that city to meet their aspirations. And that makes me kind of sad. I wish that they could build that foundation wherever it is they're from. It really sucks that people have to do that. On paper, Tyler and Josh have stumbled across a formula that works on a pretty remarkable scale. Taking top spot on any album chart is a real achievement, but to do so with over 130,000 units sold in a single week, as Blurryface will do in the fortnight following our conversation, is staggering. In the United Kingdom, the album will enter the charts at number 14, 3 places higher than Black Veil Brides' self-titled effort last October, with only a fraction of the media attention. It's a big deal, especially when you consider that, despite the eclectic, staunchly non-traditional rock sound in which they dabble, theirs is a fan base rooted firmly in the rock and alternative world. Grown via North American tours with the likes of Paramore, Fall Out Boy and Panic at the Disco, and complemented by slots at such rock-friendly festivals as Download in Reading and Leeds, here in the UK, they find themselves increasingly accepted by a culture that can often turn bands away for very little reason. Such acceptance is testament not only to the band themselves, but to an increasingly diverse and open-minded community. After all, we currently live in a world where a Day to Remember and Taylor Swift mashups dominate social media feeds, while Katy Perry cut her teeth on Warped Tour, and where 5 Seconds of Summer play songs co-written with the likes of Joel and Benji Madden and Alex Gaskarth in front of tens of thousands of people every night, decked out in Sleeping with Sirens and Bring Me the Horizon shirts as they go. The reality, as much as people might like to wish or pretend otherwise, is that in this day and age, the likes of 21 Pilots are becoming as relevant to rock culture as bands like Metallica. Our philosophy is shared by a lot of people, offers Tyler, and some of them happen to be into a certain type of music. It's hard to explain, but I think a lot of people respect the honesty of what we do. People know when you're real and when you're not, and I think they can sense that. Beyond the music itself, there's a genuine, raw emotion fueling their songs, thanks in no small part to Tyler's startlingly honest lyrics. Their songs resonate with people in a way not seen since My Chemical Romance gave a voice to the voiceless more than a decade ago, often addressing many of the unspoken issues and insecurities that lurk within the majority of us, regardless of age, gender, sexuality, or social standing. Their concerns are universal, yet all too often ignored. When I first started writing songs, I very quickly realised that the words I was speaking within the music represented things that I could never bring up in regular conversation, Tyler explains. The first time I ever showed anybody a song I'd written, I couldn't believe I was letting them in on those thoughts and feelings. I expected people to hear it and be like, we need to have a serious talk about this. But for some reason, expressing those things through music seemed to make it okay. I was like, I'm actually getting away with this. I remember playing my parents a song I'd written, which was me saying that I didn't know what I believed. That was a big deal. My parents had spent my life trying to influence those beliefs. I was sitting there playing this song that expressed doubt, and they weren't even trying to intervene. They just simply thought it was a great song. I find it difficult to comprehend how many people take that freedom for granted, adds Josh. In music, you have this perfect platform for freedom of expression, yet so many people choose not to exercise that. I think it would feel irresponsible were we not to use it. As far as using that platform goes, the pair can never be accused of neglect, but what's most fascinating is their fans. Though deceptively large in number, their genuine investment is almost unparalleled. Such is the strength given to them by Tyler's words in particular that they frequently find the courage to overcome the most difficult aspects of everyday life, even directly involving the pair in the process. On one occasion, during a signing at a local record store, a young fan confessed that their music had helped them to come out as homosexual to their best friend. A best friend who was standing next to them at the time and looking somewhat surprised. It quickly became apparent that this was the moment in question. It was definitely a weird thing to witness, says Josh, but it was also incredibly touching. What's interesting about our band is that people want to respond to what it is that we're saying. Whether it's writing a blog, sending us a letter, wanting to meet us, or just meeting up and talking to each other, our music provokes people in a really positive and intimate way. I think about the effect that our music has on people a lot, adds Tyler. It can be overwhelming. You have to try not to think about it too much, because it can suffocate you. Of course, that's not to say that the notion of responsibility is something that either man wishes they were without. As well as meeting such pressures head-on, they actively encourage others to take ownership of their goals, along with the aspirations of the band. In the case of Blurryface, the pair refer to it not as our album, but as your album, putting direct ownership of the record and its songs into the hands of those who drove its creation, and in turn its success. To some, this method may seem little more than a clever marketing ploy, but when Tyler speaks about the responsibility that he feels in not only guiding, but respecting a potentially vulnerable audience, any cynicism quickly goes out the window. When you talk about artists being role models or setting an example, a lot of people respond to that very negatively, Tyler explains. Some people respond to it by saying, I didn't want that responsibility. That's not why I started making music. I don't want to be a role model. To me, that's the behaviour of somebody trying to avoid living their life correctly. That's not the way it works, and we do not shy away from those responsibilities. If we have a group of people who look up to us, then we are going to hold ourselves accountable. I don't like it when people don't accept that. That bothers me. It doesn't matter if you want it or not. That responsibility is yours. We will never, ever neglect that. Whether you agree with them or not, be it regarding their philosophies personal or musical, one thing that nobody can take away from 21 Pilots is that theirs is a vision that is true to themselves and their fans. Considering the position that Blurryface has put them in, and the success that it is currently enjoying via little more than word of mouth, they are certainly not alone. Their success is a perfect example of what it looks like to capture lightning in a bottle. Though it's not what has happened that is most intriguing, but what's happening. It's one thing storming the charts and playing to thousands of people every night, but it's quite another to do so in such an utterly uncompromising fashion. What's unfolding right now might seem like a triumphant conclusion, but in all probability, it's just the opening chapter. In a world where more and more unlikely candidates are rising through the ranks to headline arenas and scramble up festival bills, there is every reason to believe that one band could emerge to take it all. It could be this one. Maybe it has to be this one. The people, it seems, have spoken. The question now is, what exactly is there still to fight for? It's really about trying to win, stresses Tyler. When it comes to ambition, or whatever you want to call it, that's the thing that is always there. It's not about being competitive with bands around us. That's not where the competition resides. It's about the doubt and the insecurity that we're fighting inside of ourselves every day, and it's a fight that we want to win. We want to conquer our fears every night, and if those fears ever go away, that's when this thing ends. I watch bands in their third or fourth generation playing shows who look like they're having a good time, and I'm always like, you didn't used to do it like this. You were wrestling something. You could see the struggle in their eyes, and you could tell that those demons were present. Without that struggle, there's really no point to any of this. We've had some conversations about making things easier. We've talked about adding members to the live show, about whether we should write a smash hit song or change our image, and the answer has always been exactly the same. To change any of those things would be dangerous, adds Josh. It's not easy doing this the way that we're doing it, but I think it's what makes our success so rewarding and special. We don't always understand it, but this band is a movement that has become bigger than either of us ever imagined. The battle to do it on our own terms is too essential a part of that to compromise now. The struggle, as they say, is real, but it's a struggle that is absolutely vital to the mission at hand. As anyone who has ever fought for change will know only too well, it's something that doesn't come easily or without sacrifice. It takes blood, sweat, and tears. It takes risking it all. Change is a mission not for the weak of heart, but for those with a voice and the bravery to use it. It's for those with the courage to stand up and declare that they have had enough. In 2015, the people willing to do that are perhaps more vital than ever. Without them, there is no future. They are the ones who bring hope of a better world. They are the ones capable of leading the many. They are the ones with the power to change everything. They are invaluable, and they are here. They are 21 Pilots, and this is your revolution. Chapter 2, The Road to Victory, November 2015. The author remembers. Every once in a while, you witness a show that leaves you knowing that the artist in question will never play that same room again. It was something that happened not only in November of 2015, when this chapter was first written, but also in the exact same building the previous year. Having seen them perform for the very first time in Oxford's Academy 2, a venue once known as the Zodiac, where I had virtually grown up going to shows. This time, I was in the Academy's larger, main room to see Tyler and Josh perform in my hometown for what I knew would be both the second and last time. Frankly, long before they had even arrived at the venue that day, they were already far too big to be there. If the room could have held 10,000 people rather than merely 1/10 of that, it still would have been packed to the rafters. If you were one of the people in line that day, just know this. For around 1 hour directly before doors, the guys were having their photo taken so close to you that they could hear every word you said through the door. Given the purpose of our subsequent conversation that day was to delve into the band's life on the road, from the moment at hand to their earliest days of building a fan base one local show at a time, armed only with a minivan and a trailer filled with gear and dreams, the excited chatter and feverish anticipation of the people standing barely 5 feet away was the perfect soundtrack. Even though they already had another, infinitely bigger UK tour scheduled just 3 months later, not to mention a first arena headline tour back in the States beyond that, throughout our time together that day, there wasn't even a hint of a swagger. If anything, there was still a sense of genuine disbelief that what was beginning to happen wasn't merely a dream. When I first saw the band in that same building in 2014, I left the show feeling as though something big could happen. That day in 2015, however, I left knowing that something truly colossal was already happening. Main chapter. At midday on a cold and drizzly Sunday in November, the line forming outside of Oxford Academy is rife with excitement and anticipation. More than 6 hours before the venue doors will be allowed to open, hundreds of people huddle together under ponchos, blankets, and sheets of plastic that provide much-needed shelter from the elements. Red beanie hats, backpacks that are fixed over both shoulders, and hands drenched in black paint are visible with every step. Rapid chatter and excitable squeals fill the air, the din punctuated only by the sound of skin slapping together, as dozens of strangers bond over perfecting a handshake that has become synonymous with its creators. Later that afternoon, in the sanctuary of their small and ridiculously blue dressing room. Josh Dunn and Tyler Joseph are talking about that very same line, one that now stretches as far as the eye can see and clean around the corner. The only time I've ever waited in line was a few years ago, when I went to see Angels and Airwaves, says Josh. I went with my girlfriend at the time, and she was really eager to arrive early. I didn't even know that getting to a show early was a thing that people did. If I want a good spot at a show, then I can probably push through to the front. But that day I got a totally different experience to the one I would have had if I'd shown up 5 minutes before the band went on stage. The feeling of the doors finally opening, getting inside and then the lights going down. It felt different. For the first time in my life, the band coming on stage genuinely felt like a moment. In the 6 months since I last sat down with the pair, crowds like the one currently gathered outside this 900 capacity venue, the most modest of a tour, already too modest by far, have become a daily occurrence. Those months have represented a period built on moments of their own, and of increasing importance. Sold-out shows across the planet, a chart-topping behemoth in new album Blurryface, primetime television appearances, a jaw-dropping performance at the MTV Video Music Awards that saw them seated next to Kanye West. The list goes on and on. Quite simply, in the time since we last met, 21 Pilots has become one of the fastest-growing, biggest-selling bands on the planet, bar none. According to Tyler, such success is down solely to the people who are currently waiting outside in the rain. I'm really proud of what the people outside have created, he grins. They might look at us and feel like we created this thing, this band, this community, but that's not the case. It's them coming together and creating this environment. They are the ones who make this what it is. He pauses, looking genuinely lost for words. This is all them. 10 years ago, everything about today, both inside and outside of these walls, was alien to Tyler. It wasn't until the age of 16 that the vocalist attended his first live show. In front of a few dozen people at most, what he saw that night would change his life forever. When you're a young kid who's never been to a show before, the experience is unlike anything you've ever known, he reminisces. It's otherworldly. I probably didn't look like I was having a great time from the performer's perspective, but my entire world changed that night. I'd started playing around with music and writing songs, but I didn't know what those songs were for or where they were going to live. I didn't know how to get them out into the world, but that show gave me an answer. Seeing the stage was like an epiphany. I was like, that is where my music needs to go. The venue that night was the Scarlet and Grey Cafe, a 300-capacity venue a stone's throw from the student housing complex of Ohio State University in the band's hometown of Columbus. Josh's first taste of live music was similarly humble, arriving in the form of a show at another Columbus venue, Scully's Music Diner. I went to see a rapper because obviously I thought Eminem was the greatest thing ever at the time. He blushes. The guy had a live band playing with him. That grabbed me because a lot of rappers and hip-hop artists tended to use a DJ. It gave his performance a different dimension, especially visually. In the 80s and 90s, it was fine for people to just stand on stage and play. That was the age of the rock god, when the people on stage seemed as though they were from another planet and were completely encapsulating without moving a muscle. Nowadays, it's really important to keep people engaged. That show played a huge part in shaping my opinion of what live music ultimately needs to be. An event. If you have ever witnessed 21 Pilots in the flesh, you will know the word event is more than a snug fit. A visual and sonic assault that sees both men playing their part in equal measure, their explosive live shows have propelled them into some of the world's biggest venues. By the time these words go to print, the duo will be about to tackle 2 nights at London's 5,000-capacity Brixton Academy as part of a UK tour that takes in more than 30,000 people. When they return to their native United States, a mammoth summer-long trek will conclude with 2 landmark shows at New York City's famous Madison Square Garden, a venue that holds some 20,000 people and often marks the pinnacle of any artist's career. The pair sold the first night out in less than 3 hours. We talk about our beginnings a lot in interviews, reflects Josh. We talk about playing shows and having absolutely no idea how many people were going to show up. Sometimes it would be 30 and sometimes it would be 100. We never really knew. To be in the position we're in now, where we know how many people are going to be there every night, is really cool. Seeing people on other continents, thousands of miles from home, being so invested in this band, we couldn't ask for anything more. Of course, it wasn't always this way. Ask the pair what the smallest number of people that ever attended a 21 Pilots show is, and they answer promptly, in perfect unison. 2. They were journalists from a student newspaper or something, chuckles Josh. We did an interview with them the day before the show. I think it was in Arkansas. And on the night, they were the only people who showed up. It was weird, but I can honestly say that we played the show exactly as we would have had there been 2,000 people there. There was another show like that, adds Tyler. It was in Buffalo, New York, and we played for just the other band on the bill. Technically, you could say there were 5 people there, but really there was no one. Nobody paid to get in. That band really got the short end of the stick, because when we watched them, they were only playing to 2 people, whereas we got to play to 5. With the beauty of hindsight, it's easy to laugh and look back fondly on such occasions, but as anyone who has ever experienced life in a band at any level will tell you, such a genuine lack of interest in what you do can be a bitter pill to swallow. It's difficult to look at hardly anybody turning up to see you play a show and feel encouraged, admits Tyler. It's not exactly something that makes you feel like you're progressing. I do know, though, that Josh and I could feel each other getting better every night. We needed those shows and those moments to figure out who we are, both as a band and as performers. In a way, those shows ended up being some of my favourites, because if you're standing on stage in front of 5 people, you have the opportunity to blow those people away. It's like, if I'm only going to play for a few people, I'm going to blow their minds. I got excited knowing that those people would be standing there feeling that everything we were about to do, we were doing just for them. Is it a little harder to motivate yourselves for a show these days? I ask. I'm inclined to say yes, but I want to be very clear about why, stresses Tyler. Now and then, it'll be approaching showtime, and I'm feeling tired, sick, run down, or any combination of the above. And when I think back, I never used to feel those things. Not once did I ever feel those things when we were playing to a handful of people. I'm not saying I ever knowingly play a bad show or that I don't care about our performance, but it is different now, somehow. I feel things these days that I never felt when we were playing to just 5 people. What do you suppose the people who watched you back then think when they see you now? I ask. I actually met one of those people not long ago, reveals Josh. A few years ago, we played a show in Indiana and stayed at this kid's house afterwards. I remember his basement was decked out in lots of Coca-Cola merchandise. A few weeks ago, I saw him at a show, and he was telling me how cool it's been to watch the band grow since then. There's a real sense of pride within the people who saw us early on. It's almost like everybody from those days turned into a street team. There are a lot of people like that, adds Tyler. People who helped us and supported us, and who deserve to hang out with us and get into every show for free. Sometimes I wish I could hit pause and take the time to thank them all. Right now, everything is going a million miles per hour, and that can be difficult. Sometimes I feel bad because I want to give people more than I can. During today's photo shoot, which takes place only a few feet away from a line of people who have no idea that the pair are so close they can hear them sneezing in the cold, it's easy to wonder who else Tyler feels he may be neglecting. When asked to scribble destinations on pieces of cardboard to mimic those held by hitchhikers as they look to reach wherever it is that they're going, Josh instinctively writes the words, "stage right." Tyler, after a long period of deliberation, chooses the word, "home?" In the moment, the question mark feels bigger than the line of people waiting to see him. I tend to be very compartmentalized with my relationships, Tyler admits. I put a lot of the people I care about in a box. When I'm on the road, it's like, let me just finish this and then I'll be back. and we can pretend like I was never gone. It doesn't work that way, so I'm trying to get better at maintaining those connections while I'm away. Maybe it's a defense mechanism to stop myself from being bummed out about missing people. He stares into the distance momentarily. I probably just need to get over it. Beyond the increasingly large number of people in attendance at their shows, everything about 21 Pilots is a far cry from where they were several months ago, let alone several years ago. These days, the duo carry a crew of 14 people, a number that will rise significantly over the next year, and have traded splitter vans and shoebox motels for double-decker tour buses and hotel suites. With last night's show at London's Shepherd's Bush Empire being barely an hour away by road, the band and much of the crew were able to spend the night in a well-known and distinctly not too shabby London hotel, with the two bandmates arriving at today's venue by private car. It's the sign of a band that, without wishing to sound too crude, is probably doing quite well. One of the things I've always worried about as the crew grows is our dynamic with those people changing, says Tyler. We keep the same crew for every tour. Our tour manager was the first person to drive us to a show in my dad's minivan, and he's still with us. It's cool, because almost every person on our crew is doing their job for the first time. Bar one or two, nobody in our crew has toured with any other band. There's a certain amount of ignorance to what we do that we quite enjoy, adds Josh. So it suits us that the people around us don't really know any better than we do. We have our own way of doing things, and so far it seems to work. The last thing we need is somebody we might not even have anything in common with showing up, telling us that we're doing things wrong. If what we're doing is wrong, it feels pretty right. It's a fair point, typical of the single-mindedness with which the pair have always approached things. In their earliest days together, the two would travel to shows in a vehicle owned by Tyler's father, its seats removed to make space for drums, lights, and all manner of weird and often homemade equipment. Alongside their day jobs, the pair would play almost exclusively at weekends, saving every penny possible to get to the next show. Eventually, much to the relief of Mr. Joseph, they bought their own van. I still have it, smiles Tyler. My buddy is borrowing it. Taking each weekend as it came, they slowly but surely built not just a band, but a self-sufficient and increasingly thriving business. It's a dirty word to some people, but you do have to treat certain aspects of being in a band the same as you would any other business, says Josh. We knew a lot of bands back home who took out loans or borrowed money. They bought equipment and vehicles and all that stuff, and then couldn't afford to pay it back. As a local band, playing shows beyond your own neighbourhood is expensive. You need food, gas, hotels. That stuff isn't cheap. A lot of bands would spend all of their money touring across the country for a couple of months at a time. But that just didn't make sense to us, adds Tyler. That's one of the reasons we built this band entirely in Ohio. It was affordable. It never really added up for us to play a show to nobody for no money 1,000 miles away. Yeah, we did eventually play a few shows like that, but we had a label supporting us and they had a plan. It was an investment, and it was being made at the right time for the right reasons. For every story like ours, thousands don't end quite so well. Incredibly, the duo was still operating in this manner just 3 years ago. Given their current success, it feels pretty outrageous. As much as things have started to blow up over these past few months, it still feels like it's been a pretty slow climb to us, says Josh. It doesn't feel like our success has just happened overnight. Everything we do builds on what we have done previously, agrees Tyler. It might seem as though we've just gone from A to B, but it's more like E to F. We're playing Brixton Academy in London, but that's going to be our 5th or 6th London headline show. We're playing Madison Square Garden in New York City, but that'll be our 5th or 6th headliner there too. We built this organically from the ground up, and we're seeing that hard work pay off. When you're touring as much as we are, it can kind of desensitize you to what's going on. We try to help each other to make sure we don't become numb to what's happening. I like talking about our first show in New York when we played to just the other band, because when you find yourself selling out Madison Square Garden, the journey really hits you. The present feels so much better when you take stock of the past. As stage time arrives and the lights go down, a flip of the switch that sees those previously lining the streets experience a moment, just like the one Josh spoke of earlier. It's the future rather than the past that takes centre stage. Throughout their captivating 90-minute performance, 3 things become abundantly clear. The first is that, barring rare one-offs, intentional underplays or secret shows, 21 Pilots will never play a venue this small again. The second is that within the next 12 months, give or take, they will headline at least one arena on British soil. The third, and you can hold me to this, is that at some point in the years ahead, 21 Pilots will headline Reading and Leeds Festival. They aren't arrogant enough to know it. In fact, they still appear to have no idea how good they are. But given what has happened up until this point, one would hope that when those moments finally arrive, the pair won't waste much time in pinching themselves. Before we even started playing together, we started dreaming together, says Josh. Before there were shows with hardly anyone there were dreams and goals that stretched to the levels we are currently approaching, as well as beyond. We talked about playing stadiums, and that's something we've always shied away from sharing, because it's a weird thing to say, but we always felt that it was important to have big dreams. If you convince yourself that something is already the biggest it can possibly be, that is the biggest it will ever be. We don't expect anything that happens to us, but we believe that almost anything has the potential to. Honestly, we just believe in the unbelievable. Chapter 3, 2 in a Million, February to August 2016. The author remembers. By the time it came for me to write the piece you're about to read, 21 Pilots was possibly the single biggest band in the world. With Stressed Out becoming a global smash hit and Heathens hot on its heels, there wasn't another band that could match the hysteria that had started to circle Tyler and Josh in 2016. Their success was far from overnight, but to much of the planet, it still seemed as though they'd come from nowhere. Although their success was widely acknowledged, the 5 years of toil that had got them to that point were pretty much ignored. That was something that I wanted to change. My first feature on the band had provided a brief overview of their roots and mission statement, while the second had provided a closer look at their trajectory through the eyes of the live show. Now, I wanted to write a piece that not only covered what was happening, but how and why it had been able to. I wanted to write something bigger, longer, and more detailed than before, and to tell a version of the story that nobody else seemed remotely interested in. Across a period of 6 months, I interviewed Tyler and Josh on multiple occasions, as well as speaking to the people from their label and, most crucially of all, their manager, Chris Waltman, in an attempt to trace the success of Blurryface back to a time before hit songs. From phone calls at all hours of the day and night to chats in dressing rooms and swanky offices alike, the end result was a piece that I like to think shone a light on the band in a way that was completely unique. While many seemed happy to view them as the hot new thing, I wanted to attempt to frame their success as the landing as opposed to the launch. Hopefully, I succeeded in that task, but if nothing else, this was the moment I felt as though a corner had been turned. From now on, any feature I wrote on the band was going to be just like this one. Intimate portraits of who Tyler and Josh are as people, rather than merely musicians. As far as decisions go, it was almost certainly one of my better ones. Main chapter. Legacies are at the centre of everything we do. Whether our aspirations are big or small, the thoughts of what we will one day leave behind fuel much of our existence. To live is to die. With death comes uncertainty. With uncertainty comes fear. The urge to leave a legacy is one steeped in the unknown, driven by a desperate desire to avoid disappearing and, with it, being forgotten. It's a notion born from the all-too terrifying reality that the world will continue to turn when our day finally comes, and the knowledge that outside of our nearest and dearest, few, if any, will pause to reflect on what it was that we had to offer the world. On the fourth floor of his record label's London headquarters, in a bright and airy room overlooking a train station platform filled with people who likely have such thoughts on a daily basis, or maybe, if they're lucky, they don't, Tyler Joseph is pondering what it is that he will one day leave behind. When I look back on the last few years of my life, I see just how much the idea of leaving some sort of legacy has changed, he ponders. My outlook was always that if just one person could be helped or encouraged by our songs, my entire existence would be justified. It's only recently that I've started to think about how long songs live for, and the fact that they remain so long after we depart. We're going to get old and people are going to stop caring about what we have to say. But our music and our message, that's going to live on. When you realise that your music will outlive you, the process of writing a song becomes a pretty daunting experience. Today of all days, thinking about the end seems rather premature. Several stories beneath him, beside the entrance to a building that houses many of the world's great labels, which in turn lay claim to many of the world's most famous artists, sits a poster for Blurryface. The second major label release that Tyler and his bandmate Josh Dunn have put their names to, the album has seen the pair go from being music's best-kept secret to its worst predicted success. Its songs have been streamed billions of times, while shifting millions of physical copies, making chart history, breaking records, and winning numerous awards. It hasn't even started to slow down. A little over 24 hours from our encounter, Tyler and Josh will co-headline the second stage at Reading Festival, an event they last appeared at 3 years ago as the opening band on the festival's smallest stage. Today, they're having their picture taken to appear on the cover of Rock Sound for the fourth time in less than 18 months. Dressed almost entirely in white, with a backwards cap hiding his freshly bleached locks, Josh cuts a looser and more relaxed figure than his bandmate. A laid-back foil to Tyler's brooding intensity, the events of the last year are certainly not lost on him. A few days ago, the drummer had his first run-in with the paparazzi in Los Angeles. A hail of camera flashes punctuated by total strangers screaming his name, despite him not having the first idea of theirs. He describes the encounter as hollow, of making him feel as though he was having some sort of currency stripped from him. As one half of what is currently the most famous musical duo on the planet, it's something he knows will require some getting used to. We've believed in what this band is since the very beginning, says Josh. We always felt the weight and impact of these songs, and we wanted to share these thoughts and feelings with as many people as possible. It never had anything to do with fame or the notion of being recognised. We're still learning to be at peace with that stuff, but in terms of our goals and ambitions, the last 18 months have far exceeded those. In terms of where we thought we would be at this point, it's a whole other world. He isn't wrong, and it's a world that on just about every level belongs to 21 Pilots. Within any genre, not just rock, there is no comparison to the feats that have been achieved with Blurryface. It's an album that has raised the bar not just for alternative music, but for contemporary music as a whole. It's a genuine phenomenon the likes of which the world may not see again for many years. It is, in all probability, one of the most important albums in a generation. And as such, its creators are one of the most curious cases of our time. February 18th, 2014. I find myself standing in the cramped and sweaty confines of Oxford's Academy 2, a venue capable of hosting a mere 400 people. And I'm here to see the latest signing to the Atlantic Records owned subsidiary, Fueled by Ramen. Home to the likes of Paramore and Panic at the Disco, the label has a long and established reputation for having its finger firmly on the pulse of rock and alternative culture, as well as shaping much of how the genres are viewed by the world. Tonight, however, feels different. Far from gathering to witness the latest signing to a label that enjoys cultural prominence and commercial success like most of us enjoy a biscuit and a cup of coffee, the people present are here solely for this band. From the moment they emerge, it's obvious that mere intrigue isn't on anybody's agenda besides my own. For the hour or so that the pair are on stage, despite them having just one freely available album, an album ignored by virtually every music publication in the United Kingdom, Every person sings every word as though it's the last show they will ever witness. The screams, the fanfare, and the bedlam that erupts throughout are unlike anything I have ever seen. What's more, the songs are unlike anything I have ever heard. Although they won't release their next album for another 15 months, it's plainly obvious that this band, 21 Pilots, has the power to change the world. I remember when they first signed to the label, somebody from the American office sent me a 3-track sampler from Vessel, remembers Mark Mitchell, general manager of Atlantic Records UK. It had a post-it note stuck on it that said, "This band will change your life." There can be a lot of bluster in the music industry, but those words have continued to ring true. I was intrigued by the songs, but it wasn't until I saw them live at the London Barfly in 2013 that I truly understood what this band was. Vessel hadn't even been released in the UK at that point. I was standing in a crowd of no more than 100 people, and out of everybody, only myself and the rest of the team from Atlantic didn't know every word. We stood there and went, "What's going on?" It's quite an admission, but we were behind the fans on understanding this. Even in those earliest moments, far more was going on than met the eye. Having spent 2013 touring relentlessly, playing anywhere and everywhere that would have them, nights like the one I witnessed in Oxford a year later appeared to capture a band laying foundations. In actuality, those foundations had been laid long before then. By the time I encountered them, 21 Pilots were building walls. After we released Vessel, we started working on new songs almost immediately, remembers Josh. Blurry Face was being created and imagined while we were still promoting an album that most people hadn't even heard. That's how far ahead we were working. As Vessel started to grow, we started having more and more conversations about what came next. When you're putting out your first record, you can do whatever you want. There are no expectations. If people react positively, it gets a little tougher. Suddenly you've got something to follow. What we learned on Vessel was that, judging by the reaction, we already had a lot to live up to. Josh estimates that 90% of Blurry Face was written on the road, a task that became easier as time went on. As Vessel grew, slowly but surely, bigger luxuries were afforded to the pair, including being able to travel in a bus rather than a van. With more space, more ideas were born. Those ideas soon turned into songs, as a mobile recording rig accompanied them in bus lounges and hotel rooms across the world. It's a way of working that has continued to form part of their routine, with all manner of recording equipment joining them everywhere from Europe to Asia. It provides a constant outlet, no matter where or when inspiration may strike. It's incredibly helpful for Tyler and I to be able to come off stage and jump straight into a studio, Josh explains. Whenever we're inspired by a crowd or a place, we have that outlet, and that's really important. Making Blurry Face, we could look at a show we had just played and ask ourselves what we thought we could have done to ramp things up a notch, and then we could apply that to what we were working on. We played in front of people, we gauged the response, and then we wrote songs inspired by that experience. When we say that Blurry Face belongs to the fans, we can actually back that up. Blurry Face was inspired by faces, people I was hoping to reach in some way, adds Tyler. All I cared about when we were writing and recording those songs was what my immediate family would think, and what the fans we had at the time would think. I don't want people to see us at a show and nod their heads. I want them to feel part of it. Yeah, I wanted to reach as many people as possible, but I wanted to grab those people and hold on to them. I knew that if we wanted to take it to the next level, those people had to show up before anyone else. When Blurry Face was eventually set free on an unsuspecting world in May of 2015, it became clear that not only were people showing up, they were showing up in unison. Registering 147,000 combined sales in its first week, the album topped the charts in the United States, shaking the foundations of a woefully unprepared music industry. In the months to come, numerous songs from the record dominated airwaves and broke records, topping 1 million sales in what felt like no time at all. The album would see them welcomed onto red carpets and award stages across the world, propelling 21 Pilots into arenas on almost every continent. Almost nobody saw it coming, at least from the outside. We knew that the fans were going to be there off the bat, says Chris Waltman, the band's manager. From the moment that music started making its way into the world, there was a strong sense that people were rallying around this album and what it represented. We had 3 music videos out between the album being announced and being released, and you could feel the groundswell throughout that period. People weren't just listening to the songs, they were invested in them. As the weeks went by, it really started to raise its hand as a contender. By the time it came out, the surge of support was electric. The fans simply would not and could not be stopped. When we were making the record, I didn't have a handle on what anything meant outside of simply making songs, Tyler admits. I had no clue regarding anything like chart positions. The idea that an entire record could be defined by how many people responded to it in the first week seems silly to me. I was thinking about that recently. Now that I know how things work, I wonder whether that knowledge will ruin the creation of the next record. I'm wondering if the magic of creating an album will suffer, or if it will seem shallow somehow. I'm wondering if it will mean as much as it did. He holds his thoughts for a second. I hope that it does. The immediate global impact of Blurryface was clear to see, hear and feel, particularly in the United Kingdom. While in the country playing a handful of tiny shows a week before its release, in May of 2015, the pair announced a much bigger tour for the coming November, including a date at London's 2,000-capacity Shepherd's Bush Empire. On location in a warehouse in East London, where they were being photographed for their first ever overseas magazine cover, on the same day that tickets went on sale, every last ticket had been sold in the time it took them to carry their bags to their dressing room. In September, 2 months before said tour would even begin, they announced another UK tour scheduled to take place in February of 2016. Consisting of more than 30,000 tickets, virtually all of them were snapped up before their November visit even began. By the time said November tour was over, there were no tickets left for February. Blurryface was officially a phenomenon. Sitting with the pair in their dressing room at Birmingham Academy on February 23, 2016, it was clear that the speed and ferocity of their rise was far from lost on them. We always like to tell ourselves that we're visiting old friends when we play shows, Tyler told me. But the truth is that while there will be people who were there last time, this thing is moving so fast that we're always meeting more new people than old. Every show becomes an exercise in trust building, in teaching people how things go. When Josh and I stand on top of the crowd, will people know what to do, or will they drop us? The surge towards the stage is getting bigger and stronger every night. Will people continue to look out for each other? Can I keep them safe? I'm thinking about those things every night. The tour that the pair were on that day arrived following their first period of time off since Blurryface began. It gave both men the opportunity to reflect, as well as spend time with their loved ones. For the first time in what felt like a long time, it gave them the chance to simply be human. Not that this necessarily sat well with both of them. Time off is something that I struggle with, admits Josh. I'm the kind of guy who likes waking up to a full calendar, otherwise I worry about whether or not we're losing ground. Whenever we have time off, even just a week, I start wondering what people are thinking. Are people forgetting about us? Do they still care if we're not doing something to prove ourselves? Have they already found something else to occupy their time with? Our perspective on this thing is so zoomed in that we feel like our careers hinge on every show, Tyler adds. Every show feels like a moment when we take this thing, pick it up, and move it forward. To not play a show makes us wonder if someone has moved it back, or if somebody else has moved further forward than us. We've done nothing but tour for the last several years, and all we've done is see this thing grow. It's ingrained in us to feel as though those things go hand in hand. Before we had thousands of people in every room, before we had a gold record or songs on the radio, all we had was the show and the audience. It feels like if we don't play shows, that growth could stop. We've never experienced success that we weren't told about while sitting in a dressing room. We're slowly realizing that we can take a week off, or maybe even a few weeks off, and things will still move forward. But I don't know if I want to lose that fear. I don't know if I want to be totally at peace with that. If we ever allowed ourselves to feel like we had made it, and that this thing will just fly itself, it would probably never fly as high as it could. Besides hard work and an ever-evolving live spectacle, there was plenty else to consider. Despite its now iconic music video being released almost a full year earlier, Stressed Out, the third track to be revealed prior to Blurryface's release, was becoming a hit. Topping radio charts in every corner of the globe, its video was being played 2 million times per day on YouTube. It began to dominate every streaming platform, dragging tracks from the album as well as their wider catalogue with it. It even featured on Lip Sync Battle, a television show where some of the biggest celebrities in the world engage in a display of over-the-top miming and choreography in front of a global audience of millions. The track's success didn't just affect the size of the audience, but rather its entire makeup. Exposing them to more and more people on a daily basis, almost every social demographic knew their names. The audience was evolving at a furious pace, and it was something that Josh in particular had started to spend a lot of time thinking about. I know from being a fan myself that when you discover a band, there's a sense of pride in finding out about them before anyone else, he says. You feel like they're somehow your band, so I get how some people could be slightly bummed out by our success. I hate the idea of that pride being stripped away from anybody, but at the same time, we've never believed in limits or ceilings. The entire purpose of this band is to push those limits, to evolve and better ourselves. I just hope that people continue to take pride in it. Do you think we should never have let our songs go to the radio? What would today look like if we'd never allowed it? Asks Tyler. It would probably be different, replies Josh. Would it? Counters Tyler. Josh ponders this for a second. Actually, who knows? We never got signed for a smash hit song, and we never purposefully wrote one. We got signed because a small number of people made enough of a racket to make people notice what we were doing. A much larger group of people making a lot more noise is always going to be difficult to ignore. Back on the 4th floor, Tyler still has questions regarding much of the last year. Less than 2 weeks ago, he was standing on stage at Madison Square Garden in front of almost 20,000 people. Exactly 24 hours later, he repeated the experience, bringing the curtain down on a summer-long North American tour that took in almost 50 shows and hosted over 500,000 people. All things considered, Blurryface has seen the duo tick off most bands' entire bucket lists in little over a year. What could there possibly be left to ponder? Sometimes I wonder whether I would have liked to have gone at a slower, gentler pace. Tyler sighs. I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is that even though the pace has quickened, we haven't sacrificed anything. We've made a deliberate decision to play the right room in every city and country that we visit. We never lose sight of where we feel we are or what we feel capable of delivering. Even if somebody says we can play somewhere twice the size, we will play the room we want to play, that we are comfortable we can deliver in. The demand to see this band comes from the quality of the shows and the trust that people have in us to deliver. If we'd spent the last year playing venues we can fill in terms of sheer demand, rather than playing the rooms we feel comfortable taking on, none of it would work. It just so happens that, as time goes on, those two things are moving closer and closer together. While some things have moved closer, others have drifted further apart. For one, the notion of any sort of home life. With the touring cycle for Blurryface set to roll on for at least another 6 months, such is the sheer demand from a public that continues to flock to them, a quiet life isn't looking on the cards anytime soon. It's something the pair have had to work around in different ways. Tyler bringing his wife Jenna on tour whenever possible, and Josh throwing himself further and further into the touring mindset. In some ways, the drummer has created a world where there is no other way of life, focusing entirely on what needs to be done in the here and now. I wonder, though, if such an intense work ethic is also a way of protecting himself from dwelling on the things he misses out on. There are a lot of things I'm grateful for and that I'm blessed to have in my life, he says, but there are also huge sacrifices. You miss out on a lot, from birthdays to anniversaries and everything in between. Those are moments you will never be able to replace. That said, I do like being busy. Nothing scares me more than the idea of having nothing to do. One of the things that may trouble him most, however, is fame. Were he to have walked into this building 12 months ago, a building that regularly sees the likes of Ed Sheeran and Bruno Mars frequent its corridors, only the handful of people charged with directly working with the band would have recognised him. Frankly, even some of them might have failed to clock him at a glance. These days, the people polishing the floors would likely know his name, as would the person driving the car that dropped him off at the door. Throw in his recent encounter with the paparazzi, and it's safe to say that Josh Dunn's stock has never been higher. With the drummer residing in Los Angeles rather than Columbus, that stock is unlikely to sink. Being recognised is one of the weirdest feelings in the world, he blushes. I don't feel any different now than I did when I was 19. I feel like the same person. Some of the experiences are more intense, though. Tyler and I are used to people approaching us with a story about our music and how it's affected or helped them, and that's the stuff we love. It's a meaningful encounter when it happens, but it feels like more and more people are starting to look for something else. Some people want a picture with us, or just a picture of us, to put online because someone else might know who we are and it'll impress them. It's an odd thing, leaving my house and feeling as though I might have people clicking cameras in my face. If that's the price that I have to pay for getting the life that I have, playing music to thousands of people and hanging out with my best friend every night, then it's worth it and I would never pretend otherwise. But I don't always feel comfortable with that side of it. I will tell you now that the whole fame thing has gotten old, Tyler adds. Fame has never been something I craved, as much as I was aware that it could arrive. I always wanted to affect a large number of people. I wanted to speak to them, maybe even help them or change the way that they feel. But perhaps naively, I never really comprehended what I might have to exchange to achieve those things. The most basic things can be frustrating. Everything you say or do online is critiqued and dissected. And if you even hint at where you might be or what you might be doing, then you could ruin a family vacation or even just a day out with your wife. It's a lot harder to turn off than I ever thought it would be. I'm grateful that I stayed in Columbus, and I'm grateful that I'm surrounded by friends and family, as well as the familiarity. If I were living somewhere else like Los Angeles or New York, I don't know that dealing with or processing that stuff would work out. For Tyler especially, it's easy to imagine such intense scrutiny would be a challenge. Although more introverted than his bandmate, he's arguably even more famous, a trait that comes purely by proxy of being a frontman. He's also made a lasting impression on popular culture. His bright red beanie made famous in the video for Stressed Out, taking on an iconic status in the eyes of an entire generation. At the time of writing, his Twitter and Instagram followers add up to a total of just under 4 million, and rising. All real people, all waiting for the smallest glimpse into his life. Or perhaps, he suggests, something more. I have all these eyes and ears on me now, just waiting for me to do or say something shocking, he says, with a slight twinkle in his eye. I can't give in to that. While it provides temptation, it would be too easy. As simple as getting on my phone and typing something provocative into Twitter. I understand now why some famous people like to do that, because it's amazing how much and how easily people can freak out. It would even be easy for us to take that mindset and apply it to our music, to make the next song or the next album something shocking, but those things aren't top of my priorities list. I want the next song to be the right one, not one designed solely to provoke. The existence of that next song or album is already being closely considered, and if recent events are anything to go by, the demand is higher than ever. Written for the soundtrack to summer blockbuster Suicide Squad, Heathens recently provided the world with its first taste of new music in over a year, as well as becoming one of the band's most commercially successful songs to date. Even their cover of My Chemical Romance's Cancer, which I personally enlisted the band to record to mark the 10th anniversary of the Black Parade, found its way into the charts and will eventually be certified gold. The whole world, it seems, is waiting for what's next. As for Tyler, he's been thinking about that a lot more than you might think. As I was standing on stage at Madison Square Garden, he tells me, I looked up and saw a banner that said Billy Joel had played there 78 times. If I were ever worried about losing my tenacity or drive for this band, or what I could achieve, that banner wiped those feelings out in a second. We have punched through walls, but there are walls I don't even know about yet. If I can't find any more, I'm going to build my own. Right now, I'm facing even more walls. I'm thinking about the next record and what it sounds like, what the narrative is and where it takes us, and it's my biggest challenge to date. When you create and experience something as monumental as Blurryface, it becomes about proving you can do it again. I would be lying if I told you I know that I can do it. I think I can. I hope I can. But am I certain? Not at all. But I don't want to keep doing this if there aren't things I'm trying to overcome. The notion of overcoming is arguably more important than it has ever been to the pair. For all its chart-topping success and commercial accomplishments, what Blurryface represents is insecurity, the struggle to defeat the anxieties and worries that plague every living soul. It's often said that love is the most powerful emotion in the world, but it's an album that has made millions of people question whether, in actuality, it's fear that lays claim to such a title. It's been present throughout every paragraph of this chapter, from the worries of what we leave behind to the uncertainty of what happens if we dare to catch our breath. Those fears are present in all of us, regardless of whether you happen to stand on a stage for a living or not. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, the worry that we aren't fulfilling our potential and the doubt of what it is we will one day be remembered for reigns supreme. What Blurryface represents is a journey, one that takes people to the very core of those fears. It's really no wonder the world has fallen at its feet. Even if the radio stations stopped playing their music tomorrow, and even if the press never wrote another word about them, it wouldn't impact their success at all, claims Mark Mitchell. The band has become so powerful and organic that even if nobody supported it outside of its core fan base ever again, they would still headline Reading and Leeds in the next few years. At this point, it would be difficult to look at everything that has been accomplished on this record and say that we knew we would do it all inside just 18 months, adds Chris Waltman. We have continued to engage with a fan base that is hugely passionate about the band, and there is a lot of power in that. We always said that we don't want to be a part of pop culture. We want to bring pop culture to us. We want to take our culture to the world. As for the two people responsible, they're still largely oblivious to just how rare this all is. Maybe one day, when the dust finally settles, they will allow themselves to see the enormity of what they've achieved. Then again, that would require actually stopping. I am aware of everything that has happened, admits Josh. It is not lost on me that we've done something amazing, but I haven't delved too far into it. I feel like focusing too much on what has gone on could end up distracting me from the present and what it is that we still have left to do. I haven't thought about this album cycle in any real detail, adds Tyler, and that's because it has been such a monumental time in my life that I don't feel ready to wrap my head around it. I'm sure that I will, but it was such a huge series of moments that I feel it deserves for me to truly understand it. I've asked myself if it would be best to never really look back on it. I've thought about whether analysing it could do more harm than good, but to do so would be to stunt my creativity. When I start to dive into writing another record, I will look back on this chapter of my life as a source of inspiration, and those people who were there in that time are going to have songs written about them. They don't know it, but they're writing the next chapter of this band already. If the current chapter is anything to go by, whatever comes next will see more people with songs written about them than those who don't. Chapter 4. Cancer. The author remembers. It's funny. You never really know how you're going to feel about something until it's too late to change it. When it came to putting this book together, I knew that telling the story of how cancer came to be, as well as describing the ways in which the song has continued to play a part in my life ever since its inception, had the potential to be an upsetting and uncomfortable experience. Not only for me, but for my family and those I care about the most. One of the things I've learned as I've gotten older is that there's a difference between what you can do and what you should do. Just because I have the right to tell a story in a book that only I control, doesn't mean that telling it is automatically okay. There are other people to consider. People who might not feel as comfortable with me sharing details about my life as I do myself. It's ultimately an exercise in risk versus reward. To be honest, writing this book wasn't a lot different in many respects. In fact, I'm sure the same could probably be said of writing a song. In both instances, as the creator, you have the right to say whatever you want to the rest of the world, but not everybody you might happen to draw inspiration from has to be happy with the end result. That includes yourself. Telling my story was difficult, but it was also incredibly important to me. It helped me to heal, to grieve, and to rationalise so many things that I and those around me have endured, but I didn't know that would be the case until I'd already printed the words. It could have gone either way, but thankfully, due in no small part to the amazing response that it provoked from so many others, this chapter has become one of the pieces of writing I'm most proud to have produced. Being vulnerable isn't always easy, especially when you're doing it in front of the entire world. The two guys at the heart of this book will probably vouch for that. But if just one person can take solace in knowing what someone else has overcome, you'd be surprised at how comfortable discomfort can begin to feel. Main chapter. At exactly 6 a.m. on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, I watched my brother die. Ever since I first decided to create this book, those words are the only ones that I have been able to recite in my head. Day after day, week after week, I have tried and failed to find a way to start this chapter. There are two main reasons for that. The first is that, ironically, I don't particularly enjoy writing. Ever since I started doing so 2 decades ago, the process of structuring a piece, be it a short review or a feature spanning thousands of words, has at times made me so stressed and anxious that I have been physically sick. Maybe it's because of my complete lack of training of any kind. I didn't even complete my school education, let alone attend college or university, meaning that when it comes to putting metaphorical pen to paper, I haven't got the first clue as to what I'm supposed to be doing. Maybe it's a byproduct of being raised in a family with 2 significantly older brothers, 9 and 11 years respectively, both of whom I spent my entire adolescence feeling as though I could never compete with, leaving me with a chip on my shoulder that can act both as my biggest strength and most glaring weakness. Most probably, it's because, like almost everybody else in the world, no matter how much I might try to pretend otherwise, I care what people think about me. Just as anger comes from fear, ego comes from insecurity. I would therefore be lying if I said that a huge part of why I have spent my entire adult life doing what I do, despite its largely negative impact, comes from anything other than a desire to feel like I'm the best. Or, at least, that I might have the potential to be the best. Whether I like it or not, whether I want it or not, the ability to tell stories continues to play a huge role in my life. However, it's only when the task is over that I tend to feel much in the way of joy. I don't know how you do it, Tyler once said to me, after I explained to him that virtually all of the features I have ever written on the band have been created in the space of no more than a couple of days, thanks to our conversations frequently finding a way to take place as close to my deadline as humanly possible. To be honest, Tyler, it probably isn't that much different to the way that you tackle writing a song. It's just that my existential crisis comes with a much smaller dressing room. The second, and as you've probably guessed, given I've spent the last several hundred words desperately trying to avoid getting to the point, the one that weighs heaviest, is that no matter how much time passes, reading the opening sentence to this chapter leaves me feeling as though I'm back in the room, watching my eldest sibling take his final breath. A front-facing bedroom inside my parents' home that he claimed when we moved there some 35 years ago, a bedroom that I would gleefully one day inherit. It's a room that these days feels cold and empty. It's really more of a tomb, a constant reminder that my family, as I had always known it, is no more. A giant in every way, his 6'4" frame eclipsed only by his often bullish personality, my brother, Chris, wasn't always the easiest person to coexist with, let alone follow in the footsteps of. We were brothers, but our differences, and in some cases our similarities, meant that we were never friends, although I wish we had been. It's therefore ironic, but probably fitting, that I was the only member of the family by his side as he passed away, in a room that we had both once called our own. After an entire year spent battling the most evil and disgusting type of cancer that any human being could ever encounter, even the man who always seemed like a colossus to me couldn't fight any longer. If he couldn't beat it, nobody could. Despite our differences, the physical and mental strength he showed when confronted with one of the most brutal adversaries imaginable leaves me feeling incredibly proud of him. While I'll never get the opportunity to tell him that, I can at least tell the rest of the world. 7 years earlier, it was a fate that I had feared I would one day meet. After 18 months of appointments, being ignored and enduring excruciating pain that felt as though somebody was drilling through the back of my skull, a tumour was found tucked between my spinal cord and the base of my brain. Although benign, the tumour represented a grave threat on multiple fronts. Bluntly, I was told that although the tumour was not currently cancerous, there was no way of knowing if or when that might change. Furthermore, due to its location, removing it would pose an incredible risk. According to surgeons, I was only the second person on record to be diagnosed with this type of tumour in that exact spot. As a result, there was no successful surgery on record. The message was pretty harrowing. Any attempt to remove it could easily leave me paralysed or dead. All that the doctors could do was try to manage the pain and keep me under regular surveillance, leading to several years of living on an emotional treadmill. Every few months, I would be placed inside a machine that felt like a coffin and scanned for an hour at a time, before being called in to receive the results a few weeks later. The cycle was mentally devastating. As soon as I had been told that one scan had shown no change, an appointment letter for another would arrive. There was never any end in sight, merely a series of fleeting reprieves. It left me feeling as though I was living with a grenade inside of my head that could go off at any moment. Although it never took my life, it very much took over it. It was just weeks after my tumour was discovered, on May 15th, 2015 to be exact, that I first met Tyler and Josh. In my then capacity as editor of Rock Sound, I sat down with them for nearly 90 minutes to discuss everything from their humble beginnings to their hopes for what appeared to be a glittering future. What struck me during our encounter was not the noticeably good manners or the sincerity of their gratitude for being given a platform, but the very real level of importance that they placed on our conversation. Over the last 2 decades, I've conducted hundreds of interviews with artists of all sizes, from those I never heard of again to others who went on to inhabit stadiums. Many find the idea of interviews and photo shoots to be either a hindrance or a God-given right, while even those who treat the tasks with respect often do so in a manner that is cold and uniform. To Tyler and Josh, though, it mattered. Interruptions to our conversation felt like an invasion of privacy, as though the red light on my tape recorder was somehow sacred, while the subsequent photo shoot was treated with as much care and precision as any show they've performed in the years since. For several hours, they stood in the middle of a thick and uncomfortable smog, surrounded by rows of distress flares and smoke grenades that produced a surprisingly potent stench, without so much as a groan. Most people might not think of this as being a particularly big deal, but trust me, it's extremely rare. What I learned most about the two that day came not from anything they said, but from what they did and how they did it. Quite simply, they just wanted it. I left our meeting with a deep respect for 21 Pilots, but also with an idea. In the days and weeks prior, I had been mulling over potential cover stars and angles for not just the remainder of 2015, but for 2016, even though a part of me secretly wondered whether I would even live that long. At the top of the notes I had made on my phone, some of the ideas were terrible, the rest were merely pretty bad, were 3 words that I had typed in big, bold letters. The Black Parade. I had recently put together a covers album to mark Rock Sound's 200th issue, with the compilation being given away for free in CD form with copies of the magazine. Revolving around some of the key artists in the brand's world, covering a collection of rock floor fillers exclusively for the occasion, and featuring the likes of Yumi at Six, Architects, Enter Shikari, Neck Deep and more, it's a project that I remain incredibly proud of. Having already made an album of sorts, I wondered whether taking the concept and using it to recreate an entire record from start to finish, as opposed to a broad collection of songs from multiple artists, would be a suitable way to celebrate the 10th anniversary of one of the most pivotal albums of the 21st century. Despite my own tastes being more Mudvayne than My Chemical Romance, I understood the scale of the Black Parade, both creatively and in terms of what it meant to millions of people. With well over a year until the album reached its milestone, it felt doable. If nothing else, it would give me something to focus on beyond my own mortality. I'd already made a list of bands I thought would be suitable, not just culturally but sonically. Listening to the album, I could hear how specific songs would sound being performed by specific bands, whether it be the result of sticking closely to the original or putting their own spin on things. Not every artist I approached said yes, but a fairly decent majority did, and almost nobody pushed back on the tracks that I had asked them to tackle. The song I had no idea how to approach, though, was Cancer. Positioned smack bang in the middle of the record in terms of running time, it's a phenomenal piece of music. Despite being surrounded by some of the most bombastic, eccentric and theatrical rock songs of the last few decades, its simplicity, the entire track built around a lone piano and elevated by one of Gerard Way's most sensational vocal performances, is also its strength. Written from the perspective of a cancer patient who is slowly succumbing to the disease, at that time in my life, the song resonated with me in a way that I didn't necessarily welcome. Nonetheless, it was a song that needed to be there. On the day of our first meeting, shortly before the photo shoot began, the venue manager had been looking through a cupboard filled with props and artifacts that had been left to gather dust over the years. Suddenly, he stumbled across an old piano. Within a few minutes, the instrument had made its way to the centre of the studio floor. As people moved lights and canvases into position ahead of the shoot, Tyler placed his hands on the keys and began to play a series of random, seemingly meaningless chords. They were solemn, sad but not fearful, accepting somehow. As he played, as oblivious to the people around him as they were to the sounds currently emanating from his fingertips, I opened the notes application on my phone containing the provisional track listing for the tribute album that would go on to become Rock Sound Presents The Black Parade. Where there had been a blank space next to Cancer, I typed 3 words followed by a question mark. 21 Pilots? A few weeks later, I decided to chance my arm by emailing the band's manager, Chris Waltman. Although I've since spent a decade being a persistent thorn in his side, at the time we had never spoken. To my surprise, he replied almost immediately. Within a few short minutes, we were beginning a conversation over the phone that would last for more than an hour. By then, Blurry Face had been released and was turning Tyler and Josh into global superstars. Chris enthusiastically reeled off all manner of eye-watering numbers, everything from album sales to streaming numbers and ticket sales, while also revealing that the band was now the second highest merchandise seller for a very well-known American retailer. At the current rate, he told me, 21 Pilots would become the retailer's best-selling artist inside the next few months, leapfrogging a band that had occupied the top spot for the better part of a decade. My Chemical Romance. I already felt there was as good as no chance of the band being interested in taking part, but upon learning this, I felt almost embarrassed to be asking the question. But at least the segue would be flawless. To my surprise, Chris didn't balk at the idea. He asked me to send him an email detailing the what, the where, and the when, but most crucially, the why. He was extremely open in saying that, as continues to be the case to this day, the band's involvement would be based on nothing but creative merit. After thinking it over for a few hours, I decided to explain exactly why Cancer was such a difficult song for me to confront. I was concerned that my honesty might be seen as some kind of guilt trip or emotional battering ram, or that revealing such struggles might be a bit too much, a bit too soon. However, I also wanted to be honest and open, just as I had felt Tyler and Josh had been during our conversation. Maybe a part of me was simply looking for a way to vent, a way to unload the thoughts in my head. But whatever the reason, I wrote down exactly what the song meant to me, as well as why I wanted them to be the ones to take it on. I spoke of my recent diagnosis and how the idea of my tumour ever metastasising filled me with constant dread. The mental strain that it caused me every single day, and some of the ways in which the lyrics of the song now resonated with me. To this day, I have no idea whether Tyler and Josh ever read the full email or were merely given the short version. Within a week of asking the question, the answer arrived. They were in. To be honest, I'm as shocked today as I was 10 years ago. Despite their assurances, I don't know that I ever really believed it would happen, particularly given their trajectory. With each passing day, the band was becoming a global behemoth. I began to see their merchandise being worn by passers-by on a daily basis, and it became impossible to turn on a radio or television without quickly hearing or seeing them. Every time I checked in with Chris, I did so with the full expectation that each email or each phone call would be the one where I would finally be told of the inevitable change of plan. Even when sitting with Tyler and Josh in person, I was too scared to bring it up. Whatever people may think or assume, there were no rules and no restrictions regarding any aspect of the song, at least from my end. Honestly, I was too busy waiting for things to go wrong to tell anybody how I thought the song should sound. The last discussion I remember having about the track took place in Birmingham on February 23rd, 2016. Several hours before their show at the city's Academy music venue, between mouthfuls of burgers and fries, the conversation briefly turned to cancer in its meaning. While the subject was raised only for a few minutes, for the first time since I approached them 8 months earlier, I allowed myself to believe the song might actually see the light of day. When the track finally arrived in my inbox, just weeks after the release of Heathens had seen the pair's popularity reach such enormity that they had become arguably the biggest band on earth, I sat and stared at the email for what felt like an hour. By that point, my physical and mental health had hit rock bottom. Following the project's completion, I was reluctantly leaving my job, in an attempt to claw back some control over my sanity, and was back to living in my family home as the final months of my 20s swirled down the drain. Most of my days were spent feeling lost, crippled, and overcome with a sense of dread that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. In that moment, though, I felt something I hadn't felt for well over a year. Something I firmly believe is one of the most crucial feelings that any human being can possibly encounter. I felt alive. I carried my laptop upstairs to my bedroom, closed the door, and nervously pressed play. What followed completely floored me. Although obviously different, the song resonated with me in an even deeper way than the original. It didn't just sound different, it felt different. The original version was one of staunch defiance, despite its ultimately hopeless subject matter. It was the sound of somebody aware of their fate, yet in total denial at the same time. It was as though if they sang passionately enough, they could somehow flip the outcome on its head. To my ears, at least, it was the sound of somebody angry and unaccepting of the cards they had been dealt. This version, though, was wearier. It was frail and gentle, a person resigned to defeat. It was the sound of someone who had accepted the hopelessness of their situation and was tired of trying to make things better, and who was done with trying to believe that things would improve. It summed up exactly how I was feeling. For the very first time, it made me feel as though my emotions were understood by another human being. As soon as the song finished, I burst into tears. There were many reasons for my reaction. Of course, the stress and uncertainty of my health were ultimately at the top of the list, but I was also relieved. To my mind, the project had become so much more than a collection of cover songs. On a good day, it was something I saw as my final offering to a job and an industry that I had wanted to work in since I was a child. On a bad day, I saw it as potentially my final offering to the world. I didn't know what the future held or whether there was even a future at all, but I knew that even if things never got better, I would at least have something meaningful to sign off with. Mostly, though, I was overwhelmed that the band had come through on their promise. They never had to commit in the first place, but they certainly never had to see it through when they had ample opportunity, not to mention a million reasons to drop out at any point. They had been true to their word, but more importantly, they had treated the task with a respect that went above and beyond what was necessary. As human beings, it spoke, and continues to speak, volumes about their character. On the day that I watched my brother take his final breath, while standing in the same room that I had first heard the song in 6 years earlier, I went to see the band play at London's Brixton Academy. Despite having not been in the country for nearly 3 years, they were less than 90 minutes from my front door, on that day of all days. I was in two minds as to whether or not to go, but my mother insisted that so long as I felt it was safe for me to do so, I should try to carry on as normal. Barely an hour before they were due on stage, Chris Waltman walked me through the venue's corridors and pushed open the door to a dressing room where Tyler and Josh were already waiting for me. I couldn't even begin to tell you much of what we spoke about for the half hour or so that we were together. I was in a daze, simultaneously exhausted and in shock. All I know is that even if by pure chance, they were once again there for me in my most difficult moment, even though, as ever, they didn't need to be. As I made my way home after the show that night and a new day began, the streetlights of London giving way to the blackness of the English countryside, I put my earphones in and hit shuffle on a random 21 Pilots playlist. With no more than 15 minutes left of my journey, the opening sounds of Cancer began to creep into my ears. I hadn't listened to the track in months, maybe even a year or more. Despite the devastating events of the previous 24 hours, I felt no urge to stop it. Rather than experiencing any feelings of grief or sorrow, I instead felt strangely at peace. I thought about my best friend Dan, who had passed away from cancer just 6 months before my brother. On the day that he passed, Dan married his girlfriend while lying in his hospital bed, with his mother and sister present. Not long after he had nodded his way through his vows and kissed his wife for what would be the one and only time, as his family left the room, he asked a nurse for an ice pop to soothe his mouth. He ate it alone and quickly went to sleep. He died minutes later, aged 36. I thought not only about my brother and the things that he would never get the chance to do, but about what was now left of my family. I wondered what the weeks and months ahead would do to my parents, as well as my remaining brother, Nick. I wondered how they would cope. I wondered how we would cope. I thought about my own health, which thankfully has improved immensely these days. My tumour's still there, but it doesn't affect me anymore, physically or mentally. I no longer have any pain, and as long as that remains the case, I no longer need to be on the endless treadmill of dread and doctor's appointments. I thought about how lucky I was to be alive. I also wondered whether it was fair that I was. Lastly, I thought about how much my brother would have loved to have been at the show that night. He was someone who always treated music as something to be listened to rather than be consumed by, but over the years he had become intrigued by my fascination with 21 Pilots. As a result, he had gradually become a fan. While I had taken my mother to see and meet the band at London's Wembley Arena in 2019, he had never made it to a show himself. Now, he would never have the chance. It is because of my brother, though, that this book exists. A few months before his death, following yet another round of chemotherapy, he had been allowed home to recover for a brief period. Despite being under strict instructions to avoid exposure to direct sunlight or coming into contact with anybody outside of my parents' bubble, which pretty much meant them and only them, he snuck out of the house for a few minutes to talk to me as I cut the front hedge. It's only now that I appreciate the gesture he made by doing so, and how much seeing me must have meant to him that day. After confessing that I had been feeling increasingly lost and unfulfilled, he told me that I should release a book on 21 Pilots. If my passion had made him into a fan, he reasoned, then there would surely be plenty of people who would love it. More importantly, maybe I would love it. I hope he knew how grateful I was to him for giving me the encouragement. By now, you're probably wondering what the main purpose of this chapter is. If I'm honest, I'm not sure that I have a definitive answer. Maybe it's a way for me to finally put the trauma of my past ordeals into words, both in terms of my struggles and the passing of those who weren't as lucky as I've been, so that I can finally begin to leave them behind. Maybe it's just a mundane story about a man asking a band to record a song that has simply gotten out of hand, driven by his insecurities regarding the quality and value of his work and how it is that people view it, and in turn himself. Maybe it's all of those things. What I would like it to be about, though, is gratitude. It's something I should have shown a lot more of in my life. And if you're honest with yourself, you will probably be able to say the same. I have few genuine regrets in life, but as the years pass and I grow older, I often wish I had been more outwardly grateful. I wish that I'd learned to say thank you more often. I wish that I'd been more comfortable in telling people how much I value and appreciate them being in my life, as well as letting me be in theirs. I wish that I'd been nicer to people who deserved it, and maybe even a few of the ones who didn't. I wish I'd learned to savor the moment, rather than always thinking about what comes next. I wish I'd been a better partner. I wish I'd been a better friend. I wish I'd been a better mentor. I wish I'd been a better brother and a better son. We can't change the past, but if you're listening to this, you still have an opportunity to change the future. Take the time to tell someone you love them. Learn to be more patient and empathetic. Find something or someone that gives you a purpose. Work hard to develop meaningful and fulfilling relationships, be they with your friends, your family, or even just someone you work with. Make peace with your flaws, and don't be afraid to raise people up and give credit to those who deserve it. Your life will be more fulfilling for it. Last, but by no means least, try to have faith in people. While that can be the hardest thing in the world, other than writing for a living, of course, you might be surprised by people's generosity or how it is that they show you they care. Be it in the form of a hug, a kiss, a conversation, or the opportunity to do something you'll never forget. Or, if you're really lucky, a song. Chapter 5, Welcome to Trench, August 2018. The author remembers. Thank you for coming. Whenever I see him, these are nearly always the first words to come out of Tyler's mouth. Even if I've seen him for several days in a row, whether I'm thousands of miles from home or only 15 minutes from my own front door, the greeting rarely changes. In fact, it's become so synonymous with our meetings that I very nearly used it as the title of this book. True to form, they were the first words he uttered as we met in Columbus ahead of the release of Trench. It was the first time that he and Josh had spoken to anybody about the album as a pair, our conversation taking place just days after the album had been completed. To this day, it was the most excited I'd ever been for an interview. You need to understand, I really had no right to be there. As the creative director of a small, independent rock magazine based thousands of miles away, it was pretty absurd that I was the one being chosen to conduct one of the most anticipated interviews in the world. They could have picked literally anybody, any journalist, any brand, any platform, but they picked me. Not because I'm special, but because they believed in speaking to the right audience rather than the biggest. In all reality, they chose not to speak to me, but to speak directly to people like you. Despite the enormity of the day, an odd sense of normality took hold as the hours passed. From eating pizza with friends and family, to Tyler and Josh sitting at a kitchen table and dutifully signing dozens of posters for the students at Tyler's mother's school, anybody looking through the window would never have thought that what was going on held any significance. Even though the days that followed were pretty awful, a combination of cancelled flights, obscene jet lag, and one of the worst colds I've ever caught, all colliding in perfect unison as I battled to meet the most important and stressful deadline of my life, the memories of that day remain some of my most cherished, just as the end result remains one of my favourite pieces of work. Main chapter. Cars are the window to the soul. At first you might see something functional, a mere structure comprising of steel, rubber and glass, designed to get you from where you've been to where you're going. If you think about it, though, a car is so much more than that. It's a place where people form bonds and friendships through conversations and music. It's a place we go to contemplate our thoughts, or perhaps to block them out completely, as well as the birthplace of a million ideas, all of which are created and examined in one of the most hazardous environments in existence. An environment where one pull of the wheel, or one press of the accelerator, can change everything. A place where, even through no fault of your own, your life can change, or even end, in an instant. The speed, the vibrations, the implications, the pressure. How people drive their cars offers more of an insight into someone's state of mind than most of us even realise. Hundreds and thousands of people simultaneously fighting to maintain control over their thoughts and emotions, trying to get safely to wherever it is that they need to be. In reality, the way you drive a car isn't about style or habit. It's a reflection of everything you're thinking and feeling at any given moment. Tyler Joseph drives slower these days. In the past, I was always trying to get somewhere, he contemplates. On the last record, especially before I went away on tour, driving a car was about getting the journey over with so that I could get to where I needed to go. Over the last year, whenever I got into my car, I wasn't in a rush. I became aware of things I would never have noticed before. I'd be looking out the window and thinking, that's an awesome tree. I'd think about how long it had been there and all the changes that had taken place during its lifetime. I'd miss being able to think like that. Cars have always played a starring role in the story of 21 Pilots. From car radio on their major label debut Vessel to the music video for Heavy Dirty Soul, the final visual representation of the record-breaking blurry face that saw Tyler being driven at high speeds by a hooded, faceless figure, they have never been more than a stone's throw from the centre of one of the world's biggest bands. Today, the drive to the outskirts of Columbus is different to any that has come before. For Tyler, the journey officially represents the beginning of the cycle for Trench, the band's hugely anticipated new album. An album that, until now, he and his best friend and bandmate Josh Dunn are yet to talk about in any real detail. Today is the first time the pair will sit down to discuss any aspects of the album together, as a team, with anybody outside of their closest circle. At the end of a long and perfectly paved driveway, inside the living room of the beautiful suburban house that will host today's interview and accompanying photo shoot, the first for any outlet in the world on this cycle, stands a clothing rail. Hanging from it is a vast array of shirts, hoodies and jackets that are primarily green in colour. A pile of black, military-style boots litters the floor. Most prominently of all, on the back of a sofa, sit 3 rolls of yellow tape. Standing in the room today, it dawns on me that a new era has well and truly begun. The red hats, the backpacks, the brightly coloured suits, the black paint, none of those things are here. It isn't just me who feels that change. Man, those suits were so hot, laughs Josh. It's funny looking at all this, for sure. It's a big change. New wardrobe, new show, new set list. Everything's new. Even when you finish making a record, that's just one part of it. There's a far bigger picture to be figured out. But dude, honestly, I can't wait to get started. If the response to the earliest tracks from Trench is anything to go by, then neither can the rest of the world. And as smiles and warm embraces give way to the matter at hand, and we make our way down to the basement to begin our conversation, neither can I. Everywhere he looked, Tyler Joseph's world was being ruthlessly dismantled. Barely 30 minutes earlier, he had been standing on top of a capacity crowd at the Schottenstein Center in his hometown of Columbus, Ohio, as he and Josh smashed out the final beats of their staple set closer, Trees. It was a moment that marked the end of the last show of the 5-date Tour de Columbus, the final chapter of a 2-year blurry-faced touring cycle that saw them playing almost every venue the city had to offer in under a week. Hosting a little short of 50,000 people across all 5 shows, ranging from 200 to 20,000 per night. Almost 500,000 people had applied for tickets to share in this glorious finale. Now, though, the room was empty. There were no more people to see, no more shows to perform, and no more videos to shoot. For the first time in a long time, there were no clues as to how long it would be before any of those things returned. With no audience to speak to, the frontman was no longer the lead actor in a movie designed in his own head, played out in front of thousands of people every night. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he was just a normal, regular person. There was something very powerful about soaking it all in, he recalls. I wanted to take one last breath before diving into whatever was next. The only people in the arena were those picking up cables and taking the set apart for the last time, and what struck me was that nobody was stopping. They were just doing their jobs, and those jobs didn't end that night. I realised that just because something was ending for us, it didn't mean it was ending for the rest of the world. There's something healthy about that, about realising that the world keeps turning. Sometimes you can feel like the whole world is revolving around you. I think we all selfishly get to that point. When you have those moments, when you stop and realise that even if you weren't there, those people would be, it lifts a weight. It motivates you to want to come up with a reason as to why you're here. Tyler wasn't the only member of 21 Pilots beginning to contemplate a new way of life that night. Throughout the time that I've known him, Josh has maintained that being on the road and the routine that touring life brings is something he relishes. For him as well as Tyler, a period of adjustment was about to begin. It was pretty much a week of conflict, he admits, looking back at those final shows. We were entering the unknown just as soon as that last show was done. At the height of Blurryface, I think we'd started to feel a sense of security in where we were. We were in the midst of a record that was doing well, and people were showing up to concerts in huge numbers. After a while, you're like, this is just working. I always wanted to embrace that feeling because as time goes on, there's always the chance that it can go away. There might be more shows and they might get even bigger, but they might also get smaller or disappear. That last week in Columbus, those final shows, and especially that last night, was the first time that I began to feel somewhat fearful. It was taking away that security of knowing that everything was okay. It was like, well, here we go. On to the next thing that people may or may not like, I guess. Structure has always been important to the drummer. Like his bandmate, as a child he spent a number of years receiving his education at home, away from the public school system. Looking back, he admits that there were times when he craved the rigid timetables and seemingly mundane structures experienced by most other kids who lived on his street. Routines that, on a molecular level, are also part and parcel of life on the road. Touring is great for routine and knowing you've got to do this at this time or that at that time, and the whole schedule is built around this amazing show at the end of the day, he enthuses. There's something comforting in being led rather than making your own decisions every day, but you can't be on tour all the time. That just isn't what life looks like. For a while, though, touring was indeed the only thing that life seemed to revolve around. Throughout its lifespan, Blurryface saw the duo play well over 200 shows across the world. With every leg, the crowds and venues grew. They announced tours, sold them out, and then announced other tours with the same result, all before they'd even played the first set of shows. It was relentless. Theatres turned into arenas across the board. 2 nights at New York's Madison Square Garden were sold out months in advance, just as 2 nights at London's famous Brixton Academy were followed by 2 nights at the city's 10,000 capacity Alexandra Palace. By the time Tour de Columbus shut things down, the pair had torn through a bucket list that most bands will never complete on just a single album cycle. It was enough to leave many wondering where things could possibly go from there. Following Tour de Columbus's 3rd show at the 5,000 capacity Express Live, it was a question that even the 2 band members were beginning to ponder. Backstage after the show, as I bid them farewell for another cycle, Tyler left me with 5 words. I don't know what's next. I guess that, to clarify, I knew where I wanted the next story to go, he offers, looking back on our last meeting and those parting words. I knew the story I wanted to tell in the place I wanted to tell the story about, but what I didn't know was how to get everything out that was so internal, and that I'd been thinking about for so long. Our career is so defined between touring, writing and recording, but those are all completely different existences. The toughest thing for me to wrap my head around is when one of those things ends and the other begins, because it's a complete shift. It's a shift in the way that you think, in how you go about each day, and in how you try to get things done. The last time you spoke to me, I was realising that this was all about to shift. I'd been touring for over 2 years, and now I was going to go away and write a record. It's like looking into an abyss. You don't know what to expect. You're scared and you don't know if you can take everything you've been thinking about and make it real. Most of all, you don't know if you can make it good. That Tyler's focus remains mainly on one thing, the idea that his work is of value and up to standard, not just to himself but to those who hear it, suggests that while Blurryface may be in the past, the doubts and fears embodied by its lead character still dominate the present. Although it's been 14 months since I left him on the brink of the void, in between two worlds, it's clear that in many ways, he's still in that exact same place. If only it had a name. For both Tyler and Josh, the pace and purpose of life changed almost instantly. The sheer scale of an album and the magnitude of the show that Blurryface not only required but ultimately demanded had weighed heavily on their increasingly weary bones. Suddenly, however foreign or uncomfortable it may have felt, it was about switching views. With nothing on the horizon, there was nothing to say, and so the pair did something that few people could have predicted, and that even fewer people would ever have had the courage to do. They just stopped talking. A period that fans have since dubbed the hiatus, it started approximately 1 week after the conclusion of Tour de Columbus and continued for a full year. It was a period that saw the band's social media accounts actively put to sleep in the form of a closing eye, while the two band members posted absolutely nothing on their respective personal platforms. Just days after the final show of one of the biggest and most lucrative touring cycles in the entire music industry, it was as though one of the biggest bands on earth had simply disappeared. We've always been fascinated by the idea of abandoning social media, says Josh. Even 6 or 7 years ago, we would have conversations where we would wonder what would happen if we just deleted everything. Would people even care? Would they keep showing up? It felt like it was time to put that to the test. We were also wondering if it would be kind of weird to stick around, almost like we were lurking or lingering if there wasn't anything to say. I see people who cling to social media a little too much, and it can sometimes feel a little bit desperate. We needed to figure out what it was that we wanted to talk to people about. I got rid of all the social media apps on my phone, Tyler adds. It was part of slowing down, readjusting, and taking away that access. Social media is not all bad. We love having a platform where we can interact with people and see what they're saying, but to remove that ability to run to it was really important. Music is the thing I want to run to when I feel inspired. Whether it's frustration, anger, compassion, or whatever it is that I want to express, I want it to live somewhere new. I didn't want a single drop of any meaningful expression to live anywhere else. What we haven't yet touched on is what, or rather who, the pair left behind in the process. From our first ever conversation, Tyler has spoken frankly about the responsibility that comes with his position. It's a responsibility that many people shirk, often insisting that because they never formed a band to become a role model, because they never asked to be seen as a source of strength or inspiration to anybody, they don't need to own it. Then again, not many people know what the responsibility assigned to 21 Pilots looks like, let alone understand the bond it shares with its audience. For the last 2 years in particular, the duo leaned on a fan base that leaned right back. The community had been there to literally and physically hold them at every show, in every city and in every country, without fail. It was there every night as the black paint smeared across Tyler's hands and neck, a physical representation of the frontman's struggles and insecurities, began to crack and crumble throughout the set. Intensely and without wavering, both band and fans had continually been as one. Without warning, that was no longer the case, and it was a discomfort felt on both sides of the barricade. It broke my heart, Tyler admits. I felt very burdened by it, about what this time away was going to do to people. It always hurt that we weren't able to explain why we were gone or why we left so suddenly, but I'm an advocate of showing people what it is that I've been creating, rather than telling them how hard I'm working. I want to show people the thing I've been working on, as opposed to them listening to me tell them how much I want them to hear it. I think that people get enough of that, and I don't think it's particularly inspiring to hear anymore. There was, however, another reason for their absence. First and foremost, the silence allowed the two to work on their next chapter, but it also served as an opportunity for them to hit refresh. There had been times during the previous cycle, particularly as momentum and a seat at the top table of popular culture collided, when the image they saw as they looked out from the stage was no longer the one they had once imagined. Some of those rooms were really crowded, Tyler frowns, referring to the end of the Blurryface cycle. Shutting off the lights on the rest of the world represented a huge risk, one that virtually no other band would contemplate, let alone at the height of their success. But in disappearing from view, 21 Pilots felt that when they returned, the only people left would be those who genuinely cared. I would be lying if I said there weren't times when Josh and I would speak on the phone and be like, "Is this a mistake? Has everybody gone?" admits Tyler. We knew that it felt right, and we knew that we needed to do it. We wanted to see who was still here and who was going to stick it out. The people who would still be standing firm and supporting us by the end, those would be our people. We don't know what the time frame will be in terms of when or even if we decide to take another break, but the manner in which we left, we will never do that again. In their self-inflicted purgatory, the stage was set. Or rather, it was empty, as it needed to be. Before the release of Blurryface, an album recorded in studios across the globe alongside multiple producers, there were some who were concerned that some of the early songs didn't quite fit. When it came to Stressed Out in particular, one of the most famous and commercially successful songs of the current century, Tyler reveals that there were some who felt it was too odd to make it onto the record at all, let alone be released as a single. Certain people were like, "You can't say Blurryface in a pop song. It doesn't make any sense," he remembers. They told me that every word you say within a top 40 pop format has to be clear, understood, and to the point, but I was adamant. I was like, "You have to trust me. The whole record is about this guy." I thought about that a lot coming into making this album. From pretty early on, I knew that the next album was going to tell people who Blurryface is and where he came from. The more people learn about his agenda, the more empowered I feel to make sure I'm not compensating for those insecurities, and to learn how to fight them. With a clear vision and a blank canvas on which to paint, a canvas hidden from the rest of the world, it was at this point that possibly the most shocking decision of all was made. In complete contrast to its predecessor, this next album would be recorded in one location and produced almost entirely by one person. The location would be Tyler's basement, and the producer would be Tyler himself. Driven by the desire to build on a character that he created, and who at times it seemed only he and Josh truly understood, Tyler would carry the burden of not only creating, but also recording and producing the follow-up to one of the world's most successful albums. With the exception of Mute Math leader Paul Meany, who would serve as a sole source of outside collaboration on several tracks, Tyler would largely be going it alone. It would happen right here, literally under the ground, in Columbus. It would be the hardest battle of his life, and to get through it he would have to win a war in what would become a bunker. With the decision made, the only way to come back up would be first to go down. Down into the basement, down into the darkest depths of his mind. Down into his trench. In the basement, each day felt longer than any had felt before. According to Tyler, self-inflicted isolation had pros and cons. On the one hand, it often left him frustrated, which in turn led to feelings of anxiety and discontent. On the other, the pace, or rather the lack of, at which he was able to move, allowed him to see details more clearly than ever. He tells me about the days when he would venture downstairs, knowing he had to find his own inspiration, only to find not a single note in his head. He also tells me of the beautiful relationship he shares with his wife Jenna, and the essential role she played in helping him to unlock the words and sounds that would slowly begin to form this new chapter. He recalls moments when he would hand her his phone while behind the wheel of his car, so that she could record him humming melodies or reciting poems. Those voice notes became ideas that he would chase, and in some cases, catch. Slowly but surely, he began to use them to build entire songs. It was in this way that virtually every detail of the album was crafted, a task that not only required him to provide lyrics and vocals, but also sounds and beats. With Paul's help, he would spend entire, thankless days cutting and editing audio. switching between the roles of producer and songwriter and sending Josh a series of ideas that the drummer says just kept getting better and better. Even when a song was completed, what followed was always the same: darkness. It was a process that, in Tyler's own words, almost destroyed him, and even from the outside, it's easy to see why. After all, Blurryface was an album the world only sees once a decade at best. Not since My Chemical Romance released The Black Parade had a body of work, a perfect marriage of sights and sounds that cut to the core of the human psyche, collided on such a scale. It was an album that people could believe in, and those who believed in it took it into their hearts and souls. They donned the paint, the beanies and the backpacks, connecting with it in a manner rarely seen. It also broke records, becoming the first album in the history of the music industry to see every single song certified at least gold. It was a phenomenon, and the shadow it cast was long and imposing. It would have been easy to focus on simply trying to replicate that success, but to do so would have been a misjudgment. When you create something that big, the best thing to do isn't to attempt to live up to it, but rather to create something completely new. In my opinion, the best thing anyone could ever do on the back of an album like Blurryface isn't to try to recreate it, but to leave it exactly where it is. I feel like I would have been helped a lot by having this conversation halfway through making this record. Tyler smiles. I think the notion of having to follow something like Blurryface and knowing what so many people would want to do with that is part of the reason why I wanted to produce this album myself. If this thing fails, it is a direct representation of what I have to offer as an artist. There's something exciting about that, albeit very frightening. We could have worked with some insane, big-name producers and used the same treatments and formulas as a lot of other artists do. I had never been more aware of how easy it would be to stick to what we know than before I started making this record. After the sounds came the small matter of the story. According to Tyler, it's better if people don't know exactly how long ago the basis for this narrative was formed, and that they don't have its secrets laid bare before most of the world has even heard them. He does, however, reveal that its origins go back further than most will imagine. It's a story that he says he always intended to tell, although not necessarily through music, and not necessarily involving the character of Blurryface. As he continued to feel his way through the darkness of the basement, it became apparent that the two components fit together perfectly. It's important to tell people who Blurryface is and where he came from, Tyler insists, because if he represents insecurity, then I think that the more you know about him, the more jurisdiction you have over what he represents. The more other people learn about him, the more empowered I feel to make sure I'm not compensating for my own insecurities. In our minds, there are places we learn we shouldn't go. There are places you feel at your best, and there are places where you feel afraid. Your mind is a map. You're constantly travelling around and making notes of where is safe and where isn't. That was why I decided that this album was going to be about a place of rules and restrictions, a place with walls. That place, as we now know, is Dima. A fictional city controlled by 9 bishops, it's a place where those who dwell inside its walls are manipulated into never leaving. It's a story told through the videos of the 3 songs you've already seen: Jumpsuit, Nico and the Niners, and Levitate, all of which form a story that sees Tyler repeatedly trying to escape, both alone and with the help of Josh and a rebel group of outsiders, only to inevitably fail. However, it's outside of Dima where the story truly comes to life. A never-ending sprawl of freezing valleys and barren land, those who escape Dima must navigate a vast and unforgiving terrain to stand any chance of obtaining a better life. Anybody able to escape is furiously pursued by the bishops, including Blurryface himself, or Nico as he's known to citizens, whose purpose is to coerce escapees back to the city, either by persuasion or, if necessary, by force. It's a place known as Trench, and it's easy to see the parallels between this fantasy world and Tyler's then reality. The tireless pursuit of Blurryface, the attempts to escape him, the maze of underground tunnels that lead from a place that is known to one that is not. It's a story that seems to have its roots planted firmly in the real world. With that in mind, could the videos we have seen so far give more of a glimpse into the past year than we might think? Take the rebels on the cliff tops in the video for Jumpsuit. Could they represent Tyler's loved ones being up above him, in the world outside the basement, while he struggles to find his way through the darkness below? When Josh leads Tyler through the tunnels of Dima and into Trench in the video for Nico and the Niners, could it represent the vocalist's journey to Los Angeles, the only place that a note of the album would be recorded outside of the basement, for Josh to track the drums that would be needed for the songs to be completed? In the video for Levitate, when Tyler is snatched and dragged away by Blurryface, could it represent the sudden moments of inspiration that would drag him back to the basement, away from the people who care for him the most? In some ways, you could argue that this new album, an album named after Trench itself, is simply a story about writing a story. This is all merely speculation on my part, but that I can even ponder these things only proves what a stimulating, magnificent, and captivating world has been created. For me, every record represents a period of time, Tyler explains. It's very seasonal. There are times when I'll write a song and it's just not one of those seasons. By the time things start to unfold, the song's too old. There are a lot of songs that don't see the light of day because they simply didn't happen in the right time frame. It's a way to stay true to who I am as a songwriter and to reflect who and where I am at any given moment in my life. As I write these words, only I have heard Trench in its entirety outside of its creators and their immediate circle. The results are everything that I, you, or any record company bigwigs could possibly have hoped for. It's vast, varied and meticulous, one of the most ambitious albums you will hear, and undoubtedly the best that 2018 will have to offer. With Josh's drums lending certainty and purpose to Tyler's sweeping soundscapes, there's an intensity as well as somberness that flows through its 14 tracks. As I offer my thoughts on the album, the pride, excitement and relief spreads across the faces of both men, giving the impression that these songs really are the best they could have offered. There are wide grins, loud laughs, and, when I state that some of their best ever moments can be found here, even a high five. The soulful, old-school R&B melodies of Morph, the anthemic indie rock undertones of The Hype, the stomping beats and fiery rap passage of Pet Cheetah, all just some of the highlights from an album that gets better with every listen. There is, however, one song that stands out most. A piano-driven, borderline spoken-word masterpiece, Neon Gravestones is one of the best and most important songs that 21 Pilots have ever recorded. In the days between our encounter and submitting this article to print, I thought long and hard about just how much I should divulge of its origins, its inspirations, and how it came to be. Ultimately, I concluded that it's too early to reveal its secrets to the world. Despite Tyler going on the record, I feel as though it isn't my place to peel back the skin. At least, not for the time being. Just know this. It will save at least one person's life. When that comes to pass, every obstacle faced in pursuit of its creation will have been worth it. In some ways, this last year has felt like 6 months, depending on which person I am when you ask me, says Tyler. I remember 6 months of cutting audio, editing tracks and being the producer, but I also remember 6 months of singing and looking for sounds. It's strange to be talking to someone who's heard it, because almost nobody has. The fans haven't heard the record, and they still won't even when they first read this. He pauses and leans forward, his hands clasped together as though in prayer. I just really hope they like it. Though the wider world may not yet have heard it, it seems unfathomable that those who have stuck around won't find Trench to be worth the wait. It is a truly stunning body of work, a labour of love that its creators have poured every last ounce of themselves into. A varied and spectacular collection of songs, it should see them headline festivals in the United Kingdom and beyond, just as I predicted nearly 3 years ago, and quite possibly take on a stadium or two for good measure. At this stage, nothing is off the table. With the best part of 1 million tickets sold for the band's upcoming Bandito tour, nor should anything be. Just a few weeks from when these words will first be printed, arenas across the world will be filled with the same items of clothing that can currently be found hanging in the living room. Thousands of people in every city will be welcoming a new era, wrapped in the same yellow tape sitting innocently on the couch. As with every album, and indeed every tour before it, This new chapter will see 21 pilots rise higher and go further than most would dare to dream. Then again, they aren't most bands. When I first started playing the drums, I had what might seem like an unrealistic goal, admits Josh. That goal was to do it for the rest of my life. Meeting Tyler was the first time I felt as though I'd met someone who shared that drive. We very quickly established an agreement that we would make this band our entire lives. I always had faith that something great would happen. Looking back, a lot of the things we wanted to do were probably quite unrealistic, but we didn't have any fear and we've accomplished a lot. It was a lot of work and it continues to be a lot of work, but it's for something I believe in. As for Tyler, well, for the time being, he's exactly where I left him more than a year ago. I'm in the abyss again, he says with a wry smile. My life is about to change, and that's a hard feeling to describe. It's pretty overwhelming. It can take a day of sitting and staring at nothing to prepare myself. This thing that we're about to embark on, the process of showing you a visual representation of this record, is so important. Even though those two worlds are separate, when they start to bleed into each other, it's very special. But there's still that sense of being in the dark, not knowing what to expect. What people should know about Trench is that it talks about a lot of different places, where I'm from, where I'm going, and the space in between. It's about the feeling you get when you're between where you know you should have left, the place where even though you didn't know where you were going, you knew that you needed to get out of, and wherever it is that you end up. There was a part of me that wanted to define that place on this record, but I don't. After an entire record of songs, you would think that I would be able to get to the end and go, and then I found it, and everything was right. That's just not how it ends. It's not about knowing where you're going. It's about knowing you're no longer where you shouldn't have been. That, in all honesty, is just life. No matter who you are or where you come from, it's a journey packed with uncertainty. It's a series of marathons and sprints of varying distances, and no sooner than you reach the finishing line of one, the starting line of another appears. The most important part, though, is not how quickly you finish, but simply that you strive to finish at all. When you do, those who matter the most will be there to welcome you home. So with that, here are a few welcomes to get you started. Welcome to a bold, brave, and brilliant new era. Welcome to a place that few could ever dream, let alone bring to life. Welcome to the most important album by the world's most important band. Welcome to Trench. Chapter 6. 1 Year in Trench. August 2019. The author remembers. As the saying goes, sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. When the band's tour manager, JJ, first suggested a date for me to travel to Brussels to interview Tyler and Josh for the following chapter, it wasn't the one that we would eventually meet on. It was only after briefly agreeing to his suggested date, August 20th, 2019, that I realised it would be 364 days since our last interview in Columbus. Given the angle of the piece revolved around the band living in the world of Trench for an entire year, there was simply no way that I could miss the opportunity to make it as literal as possible. Even though JJ had gone to great lengths to fit me into the band's schedule, I did the only thing I could to ensure the interview was moved back one day. I lied. I can't remember what terrible excuse I had exactly, but I know that pushing everything back to the next day was a giant thorn in his side. I'm not proud of it, but it was too perfect an opportunity to pass up. Sorry, not sorry, my friend. Nobody knew it at the time, but within a few months the entire world would fall silent, bringing the journey of Trench to a premature end. Furthermore, I had no idea that this would be the last time I would be in the same room as Tyler and Josh for almost 3 years. Had I known that, I wonder whether our conversation would have been different, as well as whether I would have asked the same questions. Nonetheless, our interview that day felt particularly unguarded. Maybe it was due to Tyler literally waking up from a nap 5 minutes before we began, or the fact that Josh was preparing to board a train to Paris to meet Debbie as soon as we had finished speaking. But there was a particular sense of openness and comfortability that day. In many ways, it reminded me of our very first meeting more than 4 years earlier. Thankfully, even though it would take longer than anybody could have anticipated at the time, it wouldn't be our last. Main chapter. It's amazing how often the thing you're looking for is right in front of you. Whether something as trivial as a wallet or as profound as your place in the world, over time you begin to realise that the answer is rarely more than a turn of the head away. More often than not, the things you crave the most are so close that, if you really wanted to, you could reach out and touch them. Be it in front, behind, or even above you, most people would be surprised at how often the things that matter most have been present all along. 30 feet above the ground on October 17th, 2018, Tyler Joseph was looking for something. Some 40 minutes before that moment, his bandmate Josh Dunn had walked on stage at Chicago's United Center alone while holding a flaming torch, ushering in the second date of 21 Pilots' globe-trotting Bandito tour in front of 15,000 people. Earlier that day, I had been given a sneak peek at the world in which the pair would live, a world that they had meticulously and painstakingly created for the next year. As more than 100 crew members unloaded the 19 trucks required to transport this brave new world from arena to arena, my eyes darted frantically around the room, taking in every speaker stack, lighting rig, and hydraulic platform in sight. Near the back of the stage, away from the rumbling of flight cases and the beeping of pump trucks, sat a car. A car that at the beginning of the show would rise from beneath the stage and burst into flames, just seconds after Tyler had leapt from its roof. Towards the back of the main floor was a smaller stage, surrounded by hundreds of tiny lights that moved up and down in perfect tandem. Then, in the middle of the two stages, was the bridge. Suspended from the arena ceiling, its enormous frame immediately stood out as the jewel in an already glistening crown. The sheer size of the structure made it impossible to miss, but from the very first glance, it was alluring in a manner that went beyond its mere physicality. Intriguing and imposing, the bridge has continued to provide the link between the two stages ever since, transporting Tyler and Josh from one end of the arena to the other, and forging a starring role in one of the most enthralling live shows you could ever wish to see. It's a show that at the time of writing I have seen 11 times, in 7 cities, across 3 countries, on 2 continents. A show that has taken place more than 100 times in front of more than 1 million people, all in support of their latest album, Trench. Their greatest, most challenging and most vital body of work. It's an album that has taken them to every corner of the globe, catapulting them to a level of success that few bands will ever experience, let alone one that occupies such a singular space. It's seen them inhabit the biggest of rooms and conquer the biggest of stages across dozens of nations, racking up millions of sales and solidifying their place as one of the great bands of their time. As far as journeys go, it's one that surely no other duo will match anytime soon. As Tyler stood above a sea of people in Chicago and paced from one end of the bridge to the other, it felt as though while his journey was very much in progress, there wasn't yet a clear destination. As I joined them in Belgium on a sunny evening in the middle of August, some 10 months after that night, the direction of travel seems at least a little clearer. Over the last year, everything has changed all over again, ponders Tyler. The shows, the audiences, the size and the scale of this world, what these songs mean to people and how they're presented. We sometimes have to stop and remind ourselves that these things have only happened in the last 12 months. What the songs sound like, what the show looks like, and how it all fits together, those are the things that continue to matter the most. I think it's easy for people to get caught up in the supposed glamour that comes with things like radio play, chart positions, and so on. But what we've accomplished, what our fans have accomplished, and what Trench has accomplished, goes beyond any of those things. Maybe a part of that is us reaching because there hasn't been some big hit song on this record, but we have to remind ourselves that we've still taken so many steps, all of which have been in the direction that we have wanted to go, and all of which have occurred in a short space of time. More importantly, he adds, all of which we have taken with our people. The last time I sat down with Tyler and Josh face to face for an interview was in August of last year, in their hometown of Columbus, Ohio. Surrounded by rails containing all manner of hoodies, jackets and shirts, nearly all of which were a now familiar shade of green and decorated by strips of yellow masking tape, I was there to conduct the pair's first interview of the entire Trench album cycle. In the moment, the magnitude of where I was and the importance of what surrounded me was almost overwhelming. The first person outside of the band's inner circle to be given an up-close look at the garments that would provide the aesthetic to the most anticipated album of 2018, I felt as though I was stepping into a new world. At exactly 1 p.m. local time that day, August 21st, 2018, I turned on my voice recorder for the first time in over a year. Today, on the first floor of one of the most regal hotels in Brussels, I'm here to do it all again. It's 7 p.m. local time, meaning that back in Columbus, it's currently 1 p.m. The date on the calendar reads August 21st, 2019. "There's no way!" exclaims Tyler as I point out that it's 1 year to the minute since our last encounter of this nature. Life is so funny sometimes, man. You can make all the plans you want, you can map out everything to a T and be meticulous in everything you do, but there's a certain symmetry that only the world can conjure. I kind of like that. I like how sometimes things seem to work out in an almost perfect way. It's cool to be here, looking back on it all and going, "It worked," smiles Josh. You can be as content or as confident as you want, but until you head out into the world, you really don't know what it is that you actually have to offer. It isn't until then that you know who is going to go with you, who you're going to pick up, or what you're going to find along the way. Several days before we're reunited in Belgium's capital city, Tyler and Josh headlined the country's Pukkelpop Festival, one of Europe's best-known live music gatherings boasting an attendance of over 180,000 people across 3 days. A few days after our meeting, they will be returning to the United Kingdom to headline Reading and Leeds, coming good on a prediction made by this particularly smug writer 4 years earlier. For these two men in 2019, such mammoth feats are simply part and parcel of what they do. A year ago, however, it was more about asking themselves, can we do this? I remember feeling a quiet confidence about where we were going and about the album that we had made, but I would be lying if I said there wasn't a nervousness scratching at the surface, recalls Josh. I remember looking at the schedule for the year ahead, seeing all these huge venues and enormous festivals that were being lined up all over the world, and thinking to myself, man, I hope we can pull this off. Everything was so new and different. I love that, but there's always that fear of the unknown. The thought of being back on a stage in front of our fans and playing these new songs that we'd worked so hard on was really exciting, but there's always that tiny voice in the back of your mind that asks, what if nobody comes? What if people don't feel the same way about this record that we do? For the first time in what felt like a long time, there was no safety net. If we fell, there was a very real chance that we could get hurt. Fear is a very important ingredient in art, adds Tyler. But that fear doesn't kick in until you're right there on the edge. It's one thing to write a record, but it's another thing entirely for people to hear it. That is when fear needs to turn into fearlessness. That day in particular, when you were sitting in front of us and talking about an album that you'd heard, an album that had a release date and a name, that was when it dawned on me that it was time to embrace that fear. When we met in Columbus only a few days after the album's completion, there wasn't much to be found in the way of fear. Talking with far more energy and excitement than one might expect in such circumstances, the pair were animated and enthusiastic about the songs that make up Trench. Eager to discuss the finer details, the flicks and brushstrokes, each sample and subtle nuance, there wasn't so much an outward confidence as a sense of quiet certainty regarding what they'd created. For a band that was about to follow one of the biggest and most commercially successful records of our time with an album made in literal darkness, recorded almost exclusively in a basement and based around a fictional city where almost no one can escape, the way they spoke that day was admirable. In hindsight, and I mean this in the best way possible, it was downright ballsy. That's not to say there wasn't just a hint of doubt loitering nearby. One of the most memorable moments of our conversation came when Tyler claimed with a stark and brutal frankness that if Trench were to fail, it would be a direct and damning representation of what he had to offer as an artist. It was a moment of uncensored honesty not often displayed in front of a tape recorder, suggesting that he was very much aware of the magnitude of the task he had undertaken. With the exception of Mute Math's Paul Meany, who helped navigate the more technical aspects of the recording, the majority of the songs on Trench list Tyler as their sole creator. Contrast this to virtually any album you have ever heard, especially those that occupy more mainstream spaces, and you will quickly realise that such singular artistry is far from common. To tackle such a task in the first place is one thing, but to do so pretty much single-handedly is bordering on the absurd. I think it's only since the album came out that I realised the magnitude of that decision, admits Tyler after I put it to him that the decision wasn't one that most would describe as normal. I wanted to get rid of the excuses. The way that we went about creating this record, the insular and silent nature of everything that accompanied and preceded it, meant that whatever followed was down to nobody but us. I think a lot of people, be they artists, musicians, or songwriters, feel like if they surround themselves with other people and other opinions that they're somehow protecting themselves. It's as though they're creating an environment where if something doesn't turn out the way it's supposed to, or if it doesn't work the way that it's meant to, there are more people to share the blame. More often than not, a group of people will find the best version of something, he continues. They'll find the best hook, the best way to flip something on its head, and the best place to cut something out and stick something back in. That's fine, but I want people to hear our version of a song. It's a question that I think more people need to ask themselves. Would you rather make a perfect song, or would you rather make a song that is entirely your own? That's something I worry about as a music fan. I always ask myself, how much do I trust that what this person is singing about is even real? I think that with the way music is going, with how it's becoming more and more about hit songs and getting the right track on the right playlist to get the right amount of clicks, it's more important than ever to maintain that sense of honesty. At the end of the day, we're not tricking anybody. There isn't a room full of people behind a curtain or anything like that. For better or worse, everything you get is us. On September 12th of 2018, it was clear that in many ways, 21 Pilots wasn't just two people. While there might not have been a room full of people behind a curtain creating Trench, there was a room full of people standing in front of one, waiting to bring it to life. Almost 15 months after they had last stood together on a stage, Tyler and Josh performed a 60-minute set at London's Brixton Academy, bringing a one-off show to the English capital billed as a complete diversion. In front of more than 5,000 people, it was there that the album took its first steps and made the jump from fantasy to reality. It was also the day that people got their first look at the car, as well as the day they got their first taste of several new songs in a live setting. Crucially, it was on this day that the most important people in all of it, the fans, took ownership of the album in a way that has only continued to blossom. While only a few weeks earlier I had been standing in a room filled with the same clothes that have since appeared in photos, music videos, and on stages all over the world, at the time they were mere outfits. A few hours before the band took to the Brixton stage, however, they became so much more than that. Peering through the window of a cramped stairwell, high above the waiting throng, Tyler and Josh got a first glimpse of their people. It was in this moment that Trench was truly born. That was when everything changed. It was one of the most unforgettable moments of my life, smiles Tyler. Before that day, it felt a little like we'd been dressing up. I would put on the jacket and the tape, and Josh would put on camo of some sort. It's kind of like putting on a costume. When you're putting on a costume, sometimes it can feel a little silly. If you're putting on a costume, then no matter what that costume is, you can easily feel like no one's going to take you seriously. That day, though, when I caught a glimpse of those people and I saw them dressed exactly the way we were, it didn't feel like a costume anymore. That was the day it felt like a uniform. The day was significant in other ways, too. Until that moment, the pair had spent more than a year speaking a language that only they understood. Bandito, Dima, the significance of the colour yellow, these were words and details that held a deep and fiercely secret meaning. The two of them had wondered if any of it made any sense, or if anybody would even bother to speak back to them when the time came. Even before he first laid eyes on the people lining the streets of South London, Tyler wondered whether there would be some who rebelled in the form of colour, choosing to adorn the red and black that represented Blurryface as a way of pledging allegiance to what had been, rather than embracing what was to come. That day, though, it became clear that the world was ready for change. On Blurry Face, we would pull up to venues to find a sea of red and black waiting for us, remembers Josh. I always loved that. When I was growing up, that was something I never experienced. I never saw bands with that kind of fan base, where you could look at people and know who it was they were waiting for. Seeing people all over the world wearing green and yellow has been one of the most validating and reassuring journeys of my life. It isn't just because people are on board with what we're trying to create. It's because every time we play a show, they're making it clear that they're navigating the journey with us. It's a claim that I can personally attest to. From the bags of yellow flowers and handcrafted artwork covering a table backstage at Manchester Arena, to the parents outside the Nationwide Arena in Columbus, carefully wrapping yellow tape around the limbs of their children, I have witnessed the impact that Trench has had on people across the world. I have been fortunate enough to witness the songs grow and take on new meaning in rooms thousands of miles apart, as well as having the privilege of seeing almost a dozen shows alongside people separated by vast oceans. People who will likely never meet, but who are bound by a shared wonder. As the pair navigated their way through Blurry Face, their performances grew as their popularity did, and so in turn did the logistical needs of the show. Each tour brought bigger rooms and bigger stages, creating constant evolution in the way that songs were presented. Be it bigger screens or bigger lights, no two tours were the same, but prior to the release of Trench, they were able to create a show to fit a specific set of rooms. They might not have known for sure how many people would be there, but they did know the dimensions of the smallest stage and the weight limit of the weakest roof, and as such they were able to create an environment that could live night after night for as long as the world wanted it to. Although the stage might look the same in almost every city, the true magic of the show is in those who witness it. For all the cars, platforms, and giant lighting cubes, human interaction has remained at its core, and with bigger audiences comes greater strength. It's important to balance out the production by simply being present with the people in front of you, says Tyler. I think that a lot of performers don't work hard enough on just being there. It's a hard thing to do. It's almost counterintuitive. Part of being a performer comes in finding a place to go that makes you forget you're standing in front of people who are judging you. You have your cues and your routine that mean you need to walk over here when this happens or go over there when that happens, and you do need those things. Not purely for the spectacle, but because the pressure of doing it night after night will crush you if you don't have some element of familiarity. But that isn't the most important aspect. What we focus on are the moments, those tiny, real moments of interaction and spontaneity that separate one show from the next. Those moments all come from simply being present. They are what turns the show into this show. There are few better examples of this than something that took place during a show in Glasgow earlier this year. As Tyler stood on top of the crowd during Holding On To You, just as he had done hundreds of times before, he felt something he had never felt previously. With his foot gently pressed against the neck of one of the people beneath him, he noticed that he could physically feel the words being screamed back at him through his boot. A smile spreads across his face as I recount that event today, serving as a reminder that no matter what the band might have in the way of fancy props or elaborate rigs, the heart of 21 Pilots, one that has beat harder and faster than ever over the last year, continues to do so in the chests of others. It always comes back to the people, shrugs Tyler. The people holding up the drum platforms, the people who I stand on top of and who we reach out and touch as we make our way through the crowd. They are the ones who are at the centre of this thing. It's real. It's hazardous and unpredictable. We have no way of knowing what will happen on any given night, and that all comes back to being present. No two shows are the same because no two audiences are the same. Those are the moments that live with you forever, agrees Josh. You can't rehearse with an audience. Whether you've done something 3 times or 300 times, you can never be sure that it's going to work, but at least you know that whatever happens is going to be authentic. From the very beginning, authenticity has been the band's greatest strength. On Blurry Face, it was an attribute that captured the attention of what felt like the entire world, its painfully honest tales of insecurity and self-doubt striking a chord in a unique, universal way. Its success was stratospheric, both as a body of work and in Stressed Out, a song that for many months was utterly inescapable. With standalone single Heathens following hot on its heels, the pair were the sort of commercial bulldozer that record executives regularly dream of. Given this, One of the greatest triumphs of Trench has been in allowing its creators to become so much more than just a hit record. That's not to say it's been anything close to a commercial disappointment, of course. At the time of writing, the album has racked up more than 1.5 million sales, which in an increasingly digital age is quite some doing. Upon its release, the record topped the charts in multiple countries: Australia, Portugal, Mexico, and Spain, to name just a few, while almost every major country saw the band record their highest ever chart entries. When you consider how many artists have seen their identities swallowed by their biggest successes, the impact that Trench has had is remarkable. The transition from red to yellow has been visible at every show, a transition that has been seen in the eyes and heard in the voices of every audience, in every room and every field. It's really amazing to hear you say that, smiles Tyler. I don't know that a year ago that transformation was a foregone conclusion. The perspective stayed incredibly zoomed in while writing this record. I don't know if the songs on Trench even know that the songs on Blurryface exist. Over the past year, we've been watching these new songs come to life every night. We've been figuring out how they all fit together, how they live next to the songs that have been around a little longer. That's more difficult than you might think. You need to uncover the best way to present something for the first time, but you also need to respect what people love about the things that are already living. The struggle and the battle to combine these worlds, those are the things we've had to figure out. How do you continue on your way, but still carry pieces of the past without them weighing you down? I don't think it will come as too much of a surprise when I say that I think certain people would have liked this record to have been made a little bit differently, he adds with a grin. When you find yourself coming out of a hit record, whatever a hit record even means, there are certain expectations. People want you to write a certain song that sounds a certain way. Questions are asked about whether you should work with this person or that person. There's a lot of noise. You need to find a way of blocking it out. There's always been a level of ignorance to how we operate, adds Josh, right down to how we play our respective instruments. I would be a very different drummer if I'd ever had someone sit me down and try to teach me how something should be played. That thought has always scared me. I think that collectively as well as individually, Tyler and I are always trying to learn and get better. But the fact is that I don't think we've ever worked better than when it's just as simple as Tyler sending me a song and me going, "That sounds great." I don't feel as though we need anybody critiquing us or telling us that we're doing something wrong. In the best way possible, I think we've done pretty well just as we are. Of course, people will always have their own opinions. While Trench may have tossed the rulebook out the window in terms of what the successor to one of the world's biggest albums is supposed to be, there are still those, the people supposedly in the know, who question their credentials as one of the world's most successful contemporary acts. If you're willing to turn your head ever so slightly away from the people inanely yelling at anyone within earshot, however, you will soon notice that 21 Pilots is now one of the biggest bands in the world. With Blurryface, they became the first artist ever to see every song on an album certified at least gold, a feat they subsequently repeated with its predecessor, Vessel. Think of any band or artist from any period. Elvis, the Beatles, Madonna. 21 Pilots did it first. Yet it still feels as though, for some strange reason, too many are unwilling to acknowledge what's in front of them. You'll often be told that Band A is the biggest in the world or that Artist B is the hot new thing, but cover your ears and your eyes will tell you a different story. Sure, other bands may be able to headline festivals, take on arenas in certain cities and sell a large number of records in their home country, but can they take on 15,000 people a night, every night? Can they go to New Orleans, Lisbon, Stockholm, or any city in almost any nation and play the biggest venue it has to offer tour after tour? Can they sell out tours months in advance without naming a single support act? Can they fill every room without giving away tickets under the counter? 21 Pilots can do all of those things, and for the last year, Tyler and Josh have been doing it relentlessly and on their own terms, supporting an album made in a basement and loved by an army of fans. An army that continues to be ignored by almost everybody outside of its own ranks. For no good reason, they remain almost entirely under the radar, despite gazing out from a cloud so high that most other bands can barely make it out. I used to think that even when people get to the level we've been at over the past year that they still feel like the underdog, sighs Tyler. I used to think it was something that everybody felt and that never really went away. But honestly, I just don't think that's the case. I do, however, think the fact that we still go on stage and have to prove ourselves is such a powerful tool. I don't ever want to lose the urge to prove people wrong. As much as the band continues to get bigger, I still get the feeling that a lot of people think of us as their band, Josh adds. It's like we're still some kind of secret, and I like that. To be at the level we're at and for people to still feel that way about us, for them to feel like we're something that they discovered and own a piece of, that's really special. Sometimes it can be frustrating. It can feel as though no matter what we achieve, there are still people who doubt us, but it almost has to be that way. If we lost that, I don't know that any of this would work. I wonder whether we would still have enough. Enough is an important word. Too often these days, it's a word seen as increasingly defeatist. Having enough, doing enough, being enough. At some point, a word that by its very definition means to have as much as is necessary became, well, no longer enough. What the last year has shown, however, is that 21 Pilots do have enough. In a time when perception reigns supreme, when many have stopped believing opinions are subjective and have started believing they are worth as much as facts, the pair form one of the most successful acts in the world. While the idea of a hit song dominates virtually every other artist's agenda, they have shunned thoughts of pandering to any market and instead doubled down on the notion of albums, a collection of songs that combine to make a singular body of work, meaning something. Most of all, they have doubled down on a fan base that stands behind exactly what it is they are, rather than what other people think they should be. Trench may not have spawned the type of billion-streaming mega hit that most people spend their lives chasing, but what it has succeeded in proving is that big ideas and real stories still matter. It's an album that has taken them to almost every arena in the world, allowing them to close out festivals on nearly every continent. If it really matters to you, it's also seen them pick up a number of gold records, nearly all of which will soon turn to platinum. Most importantly, and certainly most impressively, it has brought together a fan base that is here for all the right reasons. Trench was never about following a hit record. It was about surviving one. They have done that and then some, and they have done it their own way, supported exclusively by the people who matter the most. To millions of people, that's more than enough. It's enough. It's enough. When you make a record, it isn't really until you take those songs around the world and play them to people that you start to think about how they compare or stack up next to each other, says Tyler. Is it a left turn? Is it a right turn? Is it going backwards? You hope it's going forwards. All of those things are in the back of your mind. Truthfully, the goal was only ever to write the perfect record for right now in this moment. It was always about strengthening our relationship with our fans. This record was written only to accomplish that. What the last year has done more than anything is serve as a reminder to ourselves that we can write any type of song or make any type of record that we want. It solidified something and answered any lingering questions that people may have had as far as what we're capable of or how far this band can go. And what comes next has infinitely more possibilities because of that. Some people might feel as though Blurry Face is the record that will define us, but I believe that Trench is the anchor that will continue to hold us in place. It's our most important moment, one that allowed us to finally see exactly where it is that we need to go. When you consider that last line, you begin to see that it all comes back to the bridge. At some point over the last year, many of you will have been to a show and gazed upon it yourselves. You will have been there as it was lowered into view. You might even have held your breath as Tyler frantically climbed its staircase. To you and others like you, it has provided a thrilling spectacle, a feat of engineering that allows those who walk it to move from one side of a room to the other. But what almost all of you will have missed is the reason it grabbed my attention so firmly in the first place. You see, it isn't so much a bridge as a space between two places, where you've been and where you're going. In reality, the bridge is Trench. It's the physical embodiment of a journey between somewhere you know you should no longer be and where it is that you feel you need to get to. It's a metaphor that sums up the journey 21 Pilots has taken over the past year, one they will continue to take until whenever the curtain finally comes down on a chapter that its creators have so beautifully written. The meaning and the purpose of the bridge goes far beyond a mere spectacle. It is so much more than just a vast prop in a spectacular show. The steps that Tyler takes, the back and forth, will he won't he dilemma that plays out in front of thousands of people, mark the exact moment that he, and by extension Josh, managed to find their way. Every night, the world has been witnessing two people edging closer and closer to where they're going, while moving further and further away from where they should no longer be. It's a journey that every single one of us will make at some point. You might even make the journey more than once, and that's okay. The key is simply to keep walking and to keep searching for your destination. For just as I said at the beginning of this piece, whether it be a wallet, your place in the world, or maybe even a bridge, the answers you're looking for are nearly always right in front of you. Right there. Music doesn't behave the way that everything else does, closes Tyler. It echoes, it resonates, and it bounces off things. It's the source of a million tiny stories being formed at once. At any given moment, somebody somewhere is hearing something we created, and it's having a genuine impact on their day, their month, or maybe even their whole life. That is irreplaceable. That is what makes me so grateful that we get to do what we do. It isn't always loud and it isn't always easy to find, but it's there and it means something. As long as it continues to mean something, it's going to live forever. Chapter 7. The Battle for Greatness. December 2023. The author remembers. Until it came to preparing to create this chapter, I had never been nervous about speaking with Tyler and Josh. Between a global pandemic and the fact that I had left the music press by the time Scaled and Icy came along, it was the first time I had ever spoken to them after an album cycle, rather than at the very beginning of one. I'd always been there, one of the first voices asking the questions, as well as one of the first faces at shows, meaning that our interactions on this day were completely foreign. Particularly as, for the first time ever, we would be looking at each other through a screen, rather than from across a table. Logistics aside, I was anxious for the simple reason that in the 4 years since our last interview, so much had changed for all of us. From marriage and fatherhood to the enormous changes that life, and indeed death, throws up on a daily basis. I didn't know if the people we had become would recognise each other as the same people we had previously been. Thankfully, it didn't take long for a warm familiarity to reveal itself. Although I didn't fully understand it to begin with, Scaled and Icy has become one of the most fascinating chapters in the story of 21 Pilots. It's an album that I truly believe will only be appreciated with age, and that represents one of the most challenging, vulnerable, and therefore deeply interesting periods of not only their careers, but their lives. Tyler and Josh didn't need to speak to me for this chapter, particularly during the Christmas period. There was nothing in it for them, no magazine cover or anything to be gained in the way of publicity or exposure. They gave me their time because they wanted to, with no strings attached and without asking for anything in return. Although we are all undoubtedly different people compared to the ones who first met over a decade ago, this chapter stands as a firm reminder that even after all the success, as well as all the rewards that come with it, the spirit and ethos of 21 Pilots remains as selfless and outward-facing as ever. Main chapter. So, what do you do? It's a question that most of us will face with increasing regularity throughout our lives. Depending on your outlook, it's arguably one of the most depressing questions in the world. In a society that increasingly judges people on how they compare to others, one that encourages people to judge themselves most harshly of all, it's a question that more and more of us are coming to fear. Yet despite its damaging nature, most of us will continue to ask it. In March of 2020, when the world was starting to ask questions of a different kind, Tyler Joseph was still pondering the most daunting question of all. Before that time, he recalls, if someone were to ask me what I did, my answer was always the same. I play shows. I perform music in front of people. For the first time, it felt like standing in front of an audience was something that could disappear forever. With that came another feeling, a realization, almost, that I would maybe have to go away and find another identity. That was a pretty wild feeling to have, but there was also something strangely calming about the fact that I couldn't do anything about it. It was completely out of my control. Control has always been a key ingredient of the frontman's success. Alongside his friend and bandmate Josh Dunn, Before 2020, the pair had spent nearly a decade carving out a space as one of music's most singular, not to mention insular, entities. From humble beginnings in their native Ohio to record-breaking global success, the only thing more stunning than their accomplishments is that they've done virtually everything on their own terms. Visually, sonically, and creatively, they've disrupted and redefined pop culture despite being frequently told that the way they wish to do things simply wouldn't fly. All considered, the idea that losing control could ever be seen as calming rather than calamitous feels totally at odds with the methods that got the duo to where they are. If I know that I can control something, losing that control is devastating, explains Tyler. If I get out of shape, then that's something I can control. But if my hair starts to turn grey or my skin starts to wrinkle, then that's something I just can't control at all. That's something that happens. That time feels like something I wish I could have changed, but I couldn't control it. Nowadays, the events of 2020 feel like a lifetime away. A few days on from the familial racket of Christmas Day, today marks the first time that I have interviewed Tyler and Josh, albeit separately and through a screen, for more than 4 years. When we last spoke in such formal terms in August of 2019, the two were halfway through a touring cycle for Trench, their then latest and, to my mind, still greatest record. A fearless, peerless masterpiece, it catapulted them from arenas to festival headline status across the globe, with the first venture into stadiums set for the following summer. Although the COVID-19 pandemic scuppered the closing throes of what was to be their most glorious chapter, it nonetheless presented an unexpected opportunity to start another in the form of their 6th album, Scaled and Icy. A far more outwardly colourful and seemingly upbeat offering than its dark and gloomy predecessor, the album wouldn't just take 21 Pilots back into the world and around much of it. It would also see them breaking new ground. From entering the world of cinema to standing on some of the biggest stages on the planet, the last few years have in many ways been the band's most successful. It's in their personal lives that the effects of time are felt most, however. While Josh has since become a married man, having tied the knot to partner Debbie Ryan on New Year's Eve of 2019, Tyler has become a father for both the first and second time. He and his wife Jenna welcomed daughters Rosie and Junie in February of 2020 and April of 2022 respectively, while at the time of writing, their third child, a boy who will later be named Tommy, is scheduled to arrive in April of 2024. In Tyler's case, the changes in his life have never felt so monumental, even as he reflects on a period that saw the whole of society shut down. I don't know if you ever swim in the ocean, he begins, but when a wave hits you, he stops suddenly. After a few seconds, a grin spreads across his face. Can you hear my daughter crying? He laughs. Hold on a second. Let me get out of here. After carrying his laptop down the hallway, past a smiling Jenna and what's best described as a particularly emotional-looking Junie, he finds refuge from the bedlam and sets himself down, his train of thought derailed in a way that any parent will easily relate to. He shrugs. The holidays. Order restored, there's no better environment to begin discussing the creation of Scaled and Icy than a quiet corner of the very house the album was born in. A house that at the time felt like a corner, in a corner, in a corner. A place that no one could enter, but from where sound would eventually learn to escape. One of my favourite stories in the Bible is about Paul, begins Tyler. In Paul's time, Christianity was a pretty fledgling concept. He was considered one of the greatest spreaders of the word. He could get up in front of thousands of people and just talk. At the height of his, what I guess you could call effectiveness, he was thrown in jail for 7 years. He just sat there. He began asking God, why would you do this? I'm trying to move. I'm trying to get out there. Why would you stop me? When I look at that story and how I apply it to my life, I see 2020 as a forced pause. It encourages you to look inside yourself, to fix yourself. Scaled and Icy, for me, was that pause. It was the metaphorical prison that gave me the opportunity to learn about myself. Although I don't understand why it happened, what it was for, or what the purpose of it was, I am different because of it. In a good way? I ask him. He narrows his eyes and ponders for a moment. In a good way, I think. Yeah, he decides. A good way. Having married the love of his life hours before 2019 gave way to 2020, surrounded by his closest friends and family, Josh Dunn was looking forward to what he believed would be his best year yet. In a weird way, in retrospect and in terms of my marriage, it kind of was, he admits to me today. Throughout the pandemic, I had conversations with friends who've toured in bands for a lot of their adult lives. They were like, man, it's normally impossible to spend this much time with your partner. Looking back, it was a lot of fun. I know that's a weird thing to say about a pandemic, but it was nice to begin our marriage in a completely uninterrupted way. Marriage was pretty much the only thing that was uninterrupted in 2020. A few weeks into the new year, Debbie travelled to New Orleans to begin filming Netflix's vampire-themed thriller Night Teeth, with Josh visiting the set in time to celebrate Mardi Gras at the end of February. They didn't know it, but it would be one of the last periods of normality that they or anyone else would experience in the months ahead. When you hear about a virus spreading overseas, somewhere really far away, it feels foreign, Josh remembers. There's this weird feeling that it somehow won't affect you, that it won't get to you. One day on set, word got out that Tom Hanks had caught COVID. I know it sounds kind of silly, but that's when everyone was like, well, if Tom Hanks can get it, I guess anybody can. That's when you go out and buy every roll of toilet paper that you can find. Travelling back to his then home in Los Angeles, the drummer visited countless grocery stores only to be confronted with nothing but empty shelves. He describes the site as something between the days before the apocalypse and the height of Y2K hysteria. As things continued evolving, I started watching the news almost every day, says Josh. Suddenly there were daily reports about things like mask mandates, social distancing, and quarantine measures. That was when it became really scary. I knew that things were changing. Some 2,000 miles away in Columbus, life was changing more than ever for Tyler. On February 9th, 2020, he and Jenna welcomed Rosie Robert Joseph into the world, though they would initially keep news of her birth to just themselves and their immediate families. Rosie's arrival had been carefully planned for, with the band's touring obligations laid out in such a way that Tyler would be present for her birth and her earliest moments. By the time the touring cycle for Trench came to its conclusion in the second half of 2020, Rosie would be old enough to join him on the road, getting her first taste of life as the daughter of a travelling musician before the family settled back in Columbus, ahead of whatever came next. As ever when it comes to 21 Pilots, almost every last detail was laid out perfectly. Yeah, that didn't happen, chuckles Tyler, looking back on that time. It's crazy to think about what was going on back then, but maybe it was just meant to go that way. I've said this before, but I feel like with Josh and I, some sort of door is always closing right behind us, or if not, then one opens right in front of us. For some reason, we always seem to scrape by. The luck that Tyler speaks of has never been more apparent than it is looking at 2020 from the present day. The pandemic may have cut short the final furlongs of the Trench touring cycle, but they still managed to break the back of it, headlining festivals such as Reading and Leeds and conquering arena after arena on multiple continents. Even before Trench existed, they had been able to give Blurryface the space and support required to turn the band into a phenomenon. If any album has benefited from a wide-open world, where face-to-face connections and one-to-one experiences are the norm, it was undoubtedly that one. Had the pandemic hit 5 years earlier, in the spring of 2015, rather than the spring of 2020, there is every chance that life would be nowhere near what it is today for its creators. For a start, would Tyler even be sitting in the house he's speaking to me from today? No way, he says, without a moment's hesitation. There is no chance that my life would be what it is now. Can you imagine if we were trying to pursue this thing, to get this thing going, and a pandemic happened? Man, it makes you realize how lucky you are when you think about things in those terms. There are probably so many great bands who were just starting out and who could have really made a mark and impacted the world with their music, and it got ripped away from them. It's so unfair. People like us were the lucky ones. Luck is something that not every member of the Joseph family believes in. Several years ago, Tyler's mother, Kelly, compared watching her son perform on stage to finding a turtle sitting on top of a fence post. It was a metaphor that he initially found confusing, but its meaning is actually fairly simple. Someone had to have put it there. In the earliest days of the pandemic, it was a comment from Kelly that led to the first green shoots of positivity sprouting. Having become worn down by the endless bad news spreading as COVID continued to take hold, she wished for a distraction in the form of a song, something that could maybe even make her want to dance rather than merely dwell. The response to her wish was Level of Concern, a funk-tinged electro-pop offering purposefully at odds with the mood of the outside world. The track took Tyler less than a week to create from start to finish. Released as quickly as it was written, the song stormed up charts and playlists across the world, becoming a feel-good anthem in a feel-bad, feel-scared, or in some cases, feel-nothing time. Almost by mistake, it paved the way for a new approach to creating music. Normally, when we create a song, it will start with Tyler in his studio, then it will move somewhere else to add live instruments like a piano, and then I'll add the drums, explains Josh. It's a big, live environment in a building filled with producers, engineers, technicians, and assistants. But when we talked about making music during the pandemic, it was like, this just isn't going to be possible. I had a studio in my house in Los Angeles at the time. I was pretty used to going in there and hitting record, playing something, and then deleting it all and re-recording it later. I was like, why don't I just record something and send it back to you so that you can see whether or not it works? That's how Level of Concern happened. It was the first song we ever made that way. And in doing so, we realized that we didn't need all that other stuff to make music. We found a new way of working where we could just do it. I've said this before, adds Tyler, but I do feel like with Josh and I, we always seem to just figure things out. For example, we've always been a band that streams well, but until right around the time that we got signed and put out a record, streaming didn't even really exist on a massive scale. We barely made it as far as being a band that didn't have to fight far and wide for a position within that culture. We were in the right place at the right time. Though Tyler speaks of doors that always seem to open, one would soon be closing behind him. It was a door that 2 years earlier had felt heavier than any door he had ever pushed, the one leading to the basement. It was in the basement that he would create Trench, arguably the most anticipated album on the planet at that time, and where he would again have to piece together its successor. This time, however, solitude and isolation were a rule, rather than a choice. Although Level of Concern had seen the art of collaboration no longer defined or dictated by distance, inspiration was another matter. That would again have to come from Tyler's imagination, in a world that felt as unusual and unpredictable as any he had previously created himself. As with Trench, he would have to begin that journey locked in a room filled with nothing but speakers, a rainbow of instruments, and his own thoughts. Oh, and a tiny plastic dragon named Trash. When Tyler first began piecing together Trench in the basement 3 years earlier, he did so with the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. In the aftermath of Blurryface, an album that will continue to be viewed as generation-defining for years and possibly even decades to come, he and Josh had been transformed into borderline celebrities. It was a level of fame that saw their faces plastered across the sides of buildings, and where the people whose faces had been on those same buildings previously were suddenly coming to their shows. Before it came to figuring out how to move on from Blurryface musically, Tyler first needed to establish, or rather re-establish, who and what he wanted to be. I've always wanted us to be an important band, he says, but I can confidently say that I've never wanted to be recognised in the process. That was never important to us. With Trench, we wanted to take back control. Of how you were seen? I ask him. Of everything, he replies. As any artist fortunate enough to have made a successful album will tell you, when you're making said album, the rooms are often eerily quiet. It's only after you've released a successful record, when it comes to making its follow-up, that certain people begin wanting to drop by the studio, to be on the phone calls, and to get their fingerprints on as much of your work as possible. With Trench, that was no different. Suddenly, everybody had an opinion. When we released Trench, I felt as though the message coming back at me was, "Oh, so you don't want to be a big pop star," recalls Tyler. I feel like a few people were floating around who wanted to coax us into pursuing a certain type of career, or to direct us in a way that would have made us more accessible. There were people who wanted to get our faces out there even more, to put us in front of even more people. Other bands and artists have been in that position before, where they're thrust into the pop culture arena. When that happens, people are like, so, what are you going to do? You're here now. You can either go this way or that way. You're given these enormous decisions that carry huge consequences, and you're expected to make those decisions in the moment. When you're in that moment, it can go one of a few different ways. You can get completely crushed by it, you can bow down to it, you can step up to it, or you can redefine it. Part of choosing the latter meant pushing people away. Having instigated what would turn out to be a year-long period of silence prior to Trench's reveal, with neither Tyler or Josh uttering a single word in public, they even chose to keep people at arm's length when it came to some of those who were closest to them. Despite having their pick of almost any producer in the world and with virtually unlimited budget at their disposal, choosing to write and record almost the entirety of the album in Tyler's basement, with only the assistance of friend and musical mastermind Paul Meany, remains one of the most daring and defiant moves that any artist has made before or since. With the power of hindsight, such single-mindedness created a different sort of isolation. Trench was isolated because I felt as though I was fighting to keep people away, Tyler explains. Everyone was trying to come into the circle, our circle. That sense of fighting and struggle, I feel as though I got that point across to everyone with Trench. When it came to starting work on what would go on to become Scaled and Icy, it was much different. Pandemic aside, there really wasn't anybody trying to work with me anymore. I kind of looked around like, oh, I guess there are no producers and no collaborators out there wanting to work with me now. That's my fault. I created that. I created that expectation in people that I would want to do everything for myself. Still, I wasn't about to go and ask anybody to help me. He delivers that last line with sarcasm and self-deprecation, acutely aware of his reluctance to ask for help even when he needs it most. Everything about that time, writing Scaled and Icy, piecing it all together, went along with the story that I had been trying to tell, he explains. It was like I was being held captive, which was how a lot of people felt. I started to think to myself, maybe this is just a journal about being trapped. For Josh, the idea of an album being made in an even more introverted manner than ever was hugely appealing, especially given the enjoyable back and forth process that had spawned level of concern. Going into a regular studio can be intimidating, he admits. The whole time we're there, I'm constantly overthinking everything. I'm aware of the money we're spending, but I'm also aware of the other people who are there, the people who work there and who I'm keeping from going home or being somewhere else. Selfishly, being able to walk into my little makeshift studio in my garage to record some stuff and send it to Tyler, that was a lot of fun. The idea of carrying that process on while making an album felt completely natural. One thing remained wholly unnatural. Whether it be a walk down the street or a trip to the other side of the world, human beings thrive on their ability to initiate a change of scenery, particularly those whose existence revolves around creating. Neither the notion nor the logistics of making music without help or interference were unfamiliar, but Tyler's ability to design, let alone build worlds without those most basic of freedoms, was untested. Though the band's most famous song, Stressed Out, was inspired by tales of shared childhood, of make-believe stories involving the building of rocket ships and the bestowing of new identities between siblings, it was ultimately inspired by human beings playing together, freely and without fear or restriction. Even Trench, an album written both in and about isolation, had its roots planted in the outside world, particularly in terms of where and when inspiration would strike. Be it melodies captured via voice notes or single lines scribbled in notepads, Trench was an album shaped and affected by the outside world, despite being created while hidden completely from its view. This time, much of the outside world was simply no longer there. With nobody waiting to help piece things together, no volunteers to co-sign on their fears, whatever came next would need to be more singular than ever. While it may not yet have been clear where he was going or how he was going to get there, as time rolled on, all that Tyler knew was that with nobody coming for him, he needed to change his circumstances, even if it meant doing so alone. He needed to move, and he needed to move soon. Eventually, he realized that he needed to move now. Right now. Despite much of the world being closed off, For many people, the pandemic was a time of feeling more plugged in and switched on than ever. Be it in the form of turning their bedroom into their office or obsessively searching for answers, it was probably the most invasive period in human history, a time when physical isolation led to psychological saturation, and where lines weren't so much blurred as scrubbed out entirely. Having spent a decade touring in some capacity, the idea of taking a vacation had long been something of a curious thing to Tyler. By proxy of touring as many days of the year as he didn't, on Blurryface there were far more days when he wasn't home than those when he was. There was never any need to get wrapped up in leaving the house or skipping town. On top of that, the ability to write and record songs in buses and hotel rooms across the world had provided near limitless space for them to breathe. Doors could be opened and closed at will, and stresses and struggles could be stashed away or spread across desks, depending on the mood. In 2020, that simply wasn't how the world worked, meaning he had to find ways to create space in an environment designed to provide shelter. One of my favourite things about making music is that you don't need Wi-Fi to do it, he says. I can be completely off the grid with just a click of a button and still be doing my job. There aren't many things in the world that work that way if you think about it. If I wanted to, I could go into the middle of the woods and my job wouldn't be affected at all. Although stranded thousands of miles away, Josh shared the same fondness for going off-grid. The feeling when we started moving into actually making Scaled and Icy was a little intense, Josh remembers. When the people running society admit that they don't know what's going on, you can start to lose hope that everything's under control. Things changed so many times, it felt as though the people in charge didn't even know what to do. That could be difficult to take in. Pretty much every day was a bad news day for a while. When it came to the idea of making music, I was thinking to myself, I don't know if a really dark and intense album is what people need right now. Despite being separated by a big chunk of the United States, in some ways, the pair managed to collaborate more closely than ever. Utilising everything from FaceTime to remote desktop software, the two could climb inside each other's computers in real time, sharing ideas and editing tracks as though they were in the same room. For Tyler, the new way of working stirred something inside of him. Something I'm definitely learning more and more as I get older is that the superpower of a creative is in the ignorance of how to create, Tyler explains. As you learn how to create more effectively and get better at navigating that process, you lose a little bit of the magic. When it came to making the songs on Scaled and Icy, I made a conscious decision to chase that feeling. I wanted to get some of that magic back. As music began to flow, in Tyler's imagination, the basement took on a completely new form. He describes the feeling as going from being trapped in a cell to being stranded on an island, one that had never been landed on before, and which contained all manner of thoughts, feelings, and tools. Having taught himself the basics of the bass guitar during the makings of Trench, he began to study it on an even deeper level. After dabbling with the instrument during the making of Level of Concern, he also began to teach himself the electric guitar. Although he and Josh agreed that what came next should be at odds with the mood of the world, the process of learning and the sense of discovery that came with tackling new instruments helped Tyler to create more outwardly positive sounds. When I first start trying to figure something out, especially in terms of a new instrument, things naturally go a little brighter, he offers. When I first started playing the piano, I don't think I even knew where the minor chords were, which meant that everything sounded bright by default. When you learn a new instrument, at least for me, it's all based around the major chords, so everything sounds happier and shinier. An electronic keyboard is a really interesting thing, he continues. When you press the button for it to play the songs that are pre-programmed into it, you realise that there are no sad-sounding songs in there. It all sounds happy. The idea of a sad song is almost forbidden. When I was a teenager, I used to be like, this song I'm making sounds happy and bouncy, so I better counteract that with what I'm talking about. Lyrically, I could come in and balance the experience, but musically it came out sounding that way because I was teaching myself how to play. It was the byproduct of doing it for the first time. With Scaled and Icy, there were so many things that I was doing for the first time. I was actively learning how to play the bass guitar for the first time, I was playing the electric guitar for the first time, I was trying to learn how to edit and record drums for the first time. It reminded me a lot of how things used to be. While Tyler wrote and recorded the vast majority of Trench in his basement, his island, if you will, he still had support from the likes of the aforementioned Paul Meany, who helped co-produce the album while adding his name to the writing credits of several tracks, as well as putting his fingerprints on the production of Level of Concern. However, when it came to the songs that would eventually make up Scaled and Icy, Tyler's desire to do things as independently as possible reached new, increasingly precarious heights. If I'm totally honest, Tyler admits, Scaled and Icy was me deciding to make everybody watch me learn how to produce a record on my own. I wanted the whole world to watch me learn, to make mistakes and to see me being so obsessed by the texture of things that maybe the structures were a little off. I wanted that vulnerability. As well as his abilities, what Tyler ultimately wanted was to test his limits, mentally as well as musically. It was here that Trash, the tiny plastic dragon perched atop his studio monitor, would play a starring role. As he began to piece the songs together, Tyler turned to the toy for inspiration. He developed a theory that even if he was currently confined to one room, in one house, in one town, a corner, in a corner, in a corner, he could still draw inspiration from the tiniest and most obscure sources. If he could spend a few minutes simply staring at Trash, maybe his mind could bring the dragon to life. If he stared hard enough, maybe he could even get Trash to begin flying around the room, one that had started to once again feel like a cell. Maybe in time, the dragon could even help Tyler to escape. Truth be told, there was no grand plan when it came to creating Scaled and Icy. Even as the songs started to flow, in Tyler's mind, there was no guarantee they would ever form a complete, coherent album. I didn't know if there was anybody left in the world who even wanted to listen to entire records, Tyler shrugs. When I'm done with a song, I like to move it away. I like to put it all the way over to the side, right to the edge of my peripherals, so that I can move on to whatever's next. For me, Scaled and Icy was the most like that of any record I've ever made. There was no plan beyond chasing the next idea. There was certainly no shortage of those. Embracing the topsy-turvy time in which it was forged, each song was entirely its own, driven by pure instinct and curiosity. A metaphorical buffet where ice cream and spaghetti could finally live on the same plate, nothing was off limits. High-tempo funk, new wave, synth pop, electronica, shimmering piano pop, guitar-driven rock, all were present and none felt out of place. As time went on, the speed at which Tyler worked only seemed to increase, pushing him to focus more on exploring ideas than getting hung up on perfection. For a man so used to overanalyzing every note in excruciating detail, it was an important lesson. Trench was our moment to go away and build this device, Tyler explains. It was this thing that we built to help us collect people, to help us move forward, but maybe it forced people to bend to what we felt was good. With Scaled and Icy, I learned how to become more spontaneous, but I also took the time to look around. It allowed me to figure out how we would be able to move forward again when the time was right. I don't want to take anything away from the importance of Scaled and Icy, he adds, but it really is the journey from Trench to the next record. Tyler continued to embrace new ways of working, allowing himself to pursue fresh sources of inspiration. Following a request from his youngest brother, Jay, he allowed his sibling to witness how he creates a song from beginning to end in the form of Shy Away. He even allowed Jay and some of his friends to perform backing vocals on 3 songs, Never Take It, Bounce Man, and No Chances, while on Saturday, he set about writing a song capable of winning the approval of his disco-loving father-in-law. With Josh on the other end of a new, digital regime that saw him editing and engineering a number of his own drum tracks, the pair assumed more control than ever, with Tyler eventually producing 2/3 of the album single-handedly. As such, there's an argument that Scaled and Icy may well be the purest and most organic 21 Pilots album so far. It really was just me and Tyler, says Josh, proudly. Tyler produced pretty much everything. He always does a huge amount of the work, but then we'll have someone come in and tighten things up. This was the first time that he pretty much did everything, bar 1 or 2 tracks, from start to finish. Doing it ourselves allowed for a little more creativity, a little more freedom, and I think you can definitely hear that. Released on May 21st, 2021, which also happened to be the 21st Friday of the year, because of course it was, Scaled and Icy was met with a sense of surprise on numerous fronts. Visually, it was at odds with the dark, anguished themes of the band's previous works. Leaning into a bubblegum palette of pinks and blues with just a hint of yellow not dissimilar to a shade dubbed Happy Days, the first impressions of fans and critics alike were pretty similar. Upbeat, warm, sunny, joyful. Whatever the word, the verdict was almost universal. This was a poppier, happier 21 Pilots. A 21 Pilots that nobody had ever met before. As Josh explains, that's not a conclusion that he necessarily agrees with. The idea of Scaled and Icy being an overly lighter or brighter album is one that I've heard a lot, but even when I listen to it today, I don't feel it's that much poppier or shinier than the music we normally make, says Josh. It still feels like 21 Pilots to me. If you look at Vessel, you've got songs like Screen or House of Gold, and if you look at Blurryface, you've got songs like Tear in My Heart and a few more that are a lot lighter than others. Maybe Trench leans a little darker and is a little more somber than those albums. But to me, Scaled and Icy doesn't stick out anywhere near as much as some people seem to think. In Tyler's opinion, much of the way the album is viewed stems from how it begins. A bright and jaunty slice of effervescent piano pop, when it comes to opening songs, Good Day stands as a beacon of unusually outward positivity in the band's discography. Parked somewhere between the Beach Boys and Weezer, it's a difficult song to avoid tapping along to, one best described as being more smile a minute than mile a minute. Until, that is, you realise that its lyrics are describing a scenario where his wife and children are dead and his bandmate is suing him, leaving him trying to convince himself to carry on living. It is, as I put it to him, the ramblings of a complete and utter lunatic. Right? He laughs. So many ridiculous lines in there. The way you describe it, even my inner circle was shocked by it. I've learned a valuable lesson over the years regarding the first track on a record. It's not even chronologically about which song you release or allow people to hear first. It's about which song opens the record. When I saw some of the first reactions to Scaled and Icy and read what people thought, I often thought to myself, they're just describing the first song. That's because the opening track is the lens through which you view the rest of the record. I don't think I realised that previously. I don't think I understood that. Opening songs aside, it doesn't take much digging to uncover the album's dark underbelly. Whether it be the turmoil of feeling responsible for your own isolation, the fear of losing your routine and with it the interest of your spouse, the worry of key relationships changing or the never-ending battle to control your own thoughts and emotions, the heartbeat of Scaled and Icy remains as panicked and irregular as ever. Curiously, it's the album's final song that arguably defines it more than the first. Inspired by a friend who lost their son to suicide and had subsequently left his room virtually untouched following his passing, Redecorate sees Tyler revisiting a subject that has been woven into the fabric of 21 Pilots for quite some time. Often unspoken, always present. It was a topic that was literally at the centre of Trench in the form of neon gravestones. Not only was the song planted in the middle of the album as the 7th of its 14 tracks, it was placed purposefully at the halfway point of the band's set every time it was played in front of an audience. With such emphasis came enormous scrutiny, particularly from people within their record label. Some even believed that the song could legitimately end the band's career, comparing its presence at the heart of Trench to a landmine. As the first person in the world to be granted an audience with Tyler and Josh prior to the album's release, all anybody in certain corners wanted to know upon my return from Columbus was what, if anything, I would be writing about it. This time, there was no such pushback. With Tyler knowing early on that the song's rightful place would be at the end of Scaled and Icy, Redecorate provided stylistic familiarity as well as the chance for him to get closer than ever to one of life's most delicate, complex issues. I feel like suicide deserves a certain perspective, Tyler says, carefully. Subjects that are as heavy and as large as that, it's such an important topic. When you zoom in and start talking about the details of it, the logistics of it and what it ultimately entails, that's when it can feel like a new way of approaching it. We're conditioned to view suicide through a wide lens, but I wanted to go deeper. It's not pretty. There are details as you look closer that are very uncomfortable, but it can give you a really important perspective, providing you aren't afraid to go there. It's just important that you keep yourself tethered to reality so that you can zoom back out again. Whatever your preference is, there's no doubt that Scaled and Icy is a source of great pride for Tyler and Josh, a benchmark in personal accomplishment and their shared ability to navigate uncharted waters. Creatively and circumstantially, it's a record they each feel they needed to make in order to move forward, as well as being a reaction to what came before it. As Tyler explains, though, what came before Scaled and Icy goes far beyond Trench. The weight, the effects, and the residue of Blurryface are still all around me, he shrugs. As much as each album is a reaction to the one that came before it, and as much as Scaled and Icy is a reaction to Trench, I feel like every album is ultimately a reaction to Blurryface. Whether I like it or not, it's always going to be there. One thing that was no longer there during the pandemic was an audience. The lifeblood of any artist, in the case of 21 Pilots, the audience had long been a part of the band, an entity that had physically carried Tyler and Josh during shows and held them safely in its collective palm. The blank horizon weighed heavily on Tyler in particular, with the singer comparing losing the crowd to a ship losing its anchor. As the first few phases of the pandemic passed and restrictions slowly began to ease, bands from all over the world started to search for new ways to stay afloat. Turning to streaming, it quickly became the norm for bands to shuffle their way into empty venues and perform in front of a room full of cameras, before charging people for the privilege of watching the resulting footage. While there were a few exceptions, the results were often the same and nearly always uninspiring. Exercises in financial necessity rather than any sort of meaningful creative expression. Long before the pandemic, the pair had been resisting dipping their toes into the streaming market, believing it would only dilute the experience of a live show. The earliest examples offered to them in 2020 did little to change their minds. At the start of the pandemic, we would see a lot of bands doing streams and playing around with that format, says Josh. They would be set up on a stage, playing a regular set, and then there would be maybe 6 or 7 camera operators capturing it. I watched a few, as did Tyler, and neither of us exactly loved the idea. I feel like after a few songs you kind of get it. Let's just say it, I say to him. Most of them sucked. Well, he says, awkwardly, I definitely held the opinion after watching some of them that if we couldn't do live shows, we shouldn't do anything that was attempting to copy one. You can't replicate that feeling of being at a show, so we were pretty adamant that we weren't even going to try. As 2020 rolled on, we started to believe there might genuinely be no way that we could tour Scaled and Icy at all. That was when we started asking different questions. Some of our favourite songs and albums were paired with really strong visuals, whether it be a music video or a memory of seeing them played live. So the thought of not having anything that people could tie to the record felt like such a disappointment. In terms of what we produced, it took a really long time, mostly because it was so important that people didn't feel as though we were trying to replace a live show. Whatever we did had to be unlike anything we'd done before. As the year drew to a close and the songwriting process for Scaled and Icy concluded, with nothing but false dawns and open water ahead of them, the pair finally agreed to explore the idea of a stream. As Josh said, the aim of doing so was not to recreate the relics of a lost world, but rather to expand upon a world they had previously created themselves. Delving back into the Dima storyline that the pair had introduced with Blurryface and taken to incredible new levels on Trench, the event would not be so much a concert as it would be a musical, an experience as opposed to a mere stream. With the album's title doubling as an anagram for Clancy is Dead, the event provided a perfect opportunity to connect fans to a familiar narrative while getting used to unfamiliar sounds. From frozen tundras to inner city streets, sets were pored over for more than 6 months and packed full of incredible detail, while each scene was filled with Easter eggs and hidden messages designed to engage people like never before. Under the stewardship of director Jason Zader and the band's in-house content director Mark Eshelman, the event was broadcast live to a global audience on the day that Scaled and Icy was released. Filmed at the Schottenstein Center in Columbus after nearly 2 weeks of rehearsals, the performance, known as the 21 Pilots live stream experience, set a new standard for the format. Aesthetics aside, the performance breathed fresh life into songs both old and new, featuring an array of actors, dancers and performers, as well as introducing people to a live backing band. It tested both men's limits in the most unforgiving of environments, one where any mistake would be magnified and broadcast to the world in agonizing detail. From tightly choreographed dance routines to countless set and costume changes, all of which needed to be timed to perfection amid various cutaways and interludes, it ranks as one of the most challenging, not to mention financially hazardous risks the band has ever taken. Most crucially of all, it allowed them to be back on stage together for the first time in almost 18 months, giving both men hope that things may eventually return to some semblance of normality. When I'm playing a show, it feels like that's what I'm supposed to be doing, says Josh. I need that feeling. When I was a kid, I was homeschooled until the 4th grade, and I didn't like it. It was kind of a free-for-all. A lot of kids would probably enjoy that, but I didn't. My mum would say to me, "You can get up whenever you want and we'll get everything done. It'll be fine." Eventually, I was like, can I please just go to school? I wanted to get up when all the other kids did, to get on the same bus and have that same routine. I craved that structure. Despite the pandemic flipping the world on its head, that craving never went away. For Tyler, the first taste of a world where live music could exist was particularly vital. Everything that we do comes back to the live and touring aspect, he says. Without it, we simply don't have anything to hold us in place. To his credit, our manager Chris was the one who said, "We're not going to let this be viewed as just a pandemic record." He pushed everything to the point that we were not only able to think about performing again, but we were able to start believing that we might be able to stand in front of an audience again. Just a few weeks after the stream took place, the thought of standing in front of an audience again started to become a reality. After several false dawns over the past 12 months, in June of 2021, the pair announced their first tour in almost 2 years, the Takeover Tour. Following a similar format to their Tour de Columbus jaunt in 2017, the tour would see them take up residency in 5 American cities: Denver, Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston, and Atlanta, between September and November, playing 4 shows in each city that ranged from tiny clubs to large arenas. With a 3-night stint at the Nationwide Arena in their hometown, tucked in the middle, and a huge open-air show in Mexico City bookending the run shortly before Thanksgiving, Tyler and Josh would finally be reunited with their people. It was a surreal feeling that both men had been aching for. And I mean really aching. I definitely started to feel my age on that tour, Tyler laughs. It's all in the legs. I can work my butt off all day. I can go into a studio and spend hours and hours chipping away at whatever time there is between then and the next idea. And I can balance it with family life and the responsibilities that I have alongside that. But I've still got to take care of my body. Before they could head back into the world, first there was the small matter of home to attend to. Although their first show back would be several hundred miles away in Milwaukee as part of the Summerfest concert series a few days earlier, in September of 2021, the pair returned to Columbus for a one-off performance at the city's Newport Music Hall. As most already know, it was the building in which Tyler and Josh first met, as well as the venue that hosted arguably their most pivotal show in 2011. A show that turned them from local heroes to one of the most sought-after unsigned bands in America. It might not have been the hometown comeback they would have preferred, but by the time their Newport performance drew towards its familiar conclusion, moments before the opening notes of Trees would ring out from Tyler's keyboard, it at least felt right. There were several times during that break when we didn't play shows, Tyler began, as the audience fell silent. Josh and I would be on the phone and I'd tell him, "I don't think it's ever happening again." And I meant it. I really thought that was a different life and there was no way we'd ever get back to playing in front of people. To go from that mindset to being in our hometown, in one of our favourite venues in the entire world. In unison, virtually every person in the room erupted. Tyler's thoughts completely derailed as the weight of the moment suddenly hit him. As he steadied himself, he said the only words he could now think of. "Thank you for sticking around." It wasn't just their hometown fans who had stuck around. Within minutes of going on sale, almost every North American ticket for the Takeover Tour had been sold, as well as the 19,000 tickets for the tour's lone overseas residency in London, scheduled to take place around a handful of European festival appearances the following summer. Tyler describes the tour as a crazy and uncomfortable venture, a deeply stressful and uncertain experience that he would never want to go through again. And when you consider the realities of what goes into putting a tour on the road, it's easy to understand why he would feel that way. Even in so-called normal times, the costs associated with touring can be enough to make your nose bleed. Flights, buses, hotels, crew, merchandise, sound equipment, lighting equipment, stage rigging, venue hire, insurance. These are just some of the costs associated with putting on a show that never stops, even on your days off. In the middle of a pandemic, one outbreak in the travelling party or one surge in cases in a city on the schedule can spell disaster. For all its pitfalls and hazards, Tyler sees the tour not as something that he and Josh chose to do, but rather something they had to do. Everyone knew there would be risks involved in touring during that time, both in terms of the people going to the show and the people putting it on, but we needed to communicate with our fans, Tyler stresses. We had to be smart about it, obviously, but it was important for Josh and I to show people that even when things get tough, we're still willing to take a risk for them. We wanted to show up, to give them an opportunity to see us and to show that we were in it with them. And I'm so glad that we did. I think Scaled and Icy would live very differently in people's heads if we hadn't toured it. It would have felt as though we didn't believe in the record if we didn't co-sign it, and doing that meant taking it to them. It's two records. The record that we released for people to listen to, and the record that we performed in front of them. How the record was performed in front of people is where one of the biggest changes of the Scaled and Icy era can be seen. Throughout both the Takeover Tour and its eventual follow-up run, the Icy Tour, a year later, for the first time in over a decade, 21 Pilots would be presented as more than just two people. Although each show would begin and end with only Tyler and Josh on stage, 4 others would join them throughout the performance. Bassist Sky Accord, guitarist Dan Geraghty, and multi-instrumentalists Todd Gummerman and Jesse Bloom, all assembled under the watching eye of Paul Meany, who, despite stepping back from much of the production duties for Scaled and Icy, now served as the band's musical director. The addition of a touring band was a big call. The first time that I ever sat down with them, Tyler and Josh were incredibly honest about the fear they felt when considering adding other members. They spoke of their pride in doing things alone, as well as the dangers they felt making such a change could present. That was then, though, and in the years following that conversation, they climbed pretty much as high as any two-piece could. The ceiling may have been high, so high that it would have remained out of grasp for virtually any other duo in their position, but it was one they had become able to reach out and touch. In any such situation, people's instincts will nearly always be to try to break through it. Playing with other people was something I'd always wondered about, even though it was something we'd always shied away from, says Tyler. With adding people to the shows, yeah, I think there was maybe a part of me that had always wanted to be in a band in a more traditional sense, or at least to know what it felt like. But it was first and foremost about making a better show. I wasn't craving to enjoy myself more on stage or anything like that. I was never striving to have a better time. It was only ever about the end product and the experience it gave to others. Was it a better show? I don't know that I know the answer to that. As you talk to me now, I don't even know what the future looks like in terms of how anything is presented live. But Scaled and Icy was a valuable lesson for me when it came to that side of things. I needed to do it. As Josh reminds me, 21 Pilots being a two-piece was always somewhat of a mistake. I remember the first time Tyler and I played as a two-piece, says Josh. When I originally joined the band, our old bass player Nick was still in the group. He couldn't make it to a show we'd booked, so we set all of the gear up downstage, just me and Tyler, and played the show, purely because we didn't want to cancel it. I remember us looking at each other and going, this is what it needs to be. I do feel as though in his mind and in his heart, Tyler has always been curious about experiencing being in a band with a group of people. I feel like we've been at festivals in the past or watching the opening band on one of our own tours, and he's had this feeling inside of him that was like, I want to know what that feels like. Was there a nervousness about making such a big change to the band's DNA? I ask him. I always took a lot of joy in the fact that it was just the two of us, Josh admits. In the past, we would get done playing a show and someone would come up to me and be like, that was such a great show. I can't believe there's only 2 guys doing it. I always really liked that. The band is still just me and Tyler, and that hasn't changed. There's a pride that I have in this just being the two of us, but if there's something that can be gained or elevated in terms of how the songs come across live, And if that comes from having other people performing with us, it felt like the right time to do it. I will say that I had a lot of fun playing with those guys, and I do think it created a new and unique 21 Pilots experience. Though Tyler describes Scaled and Icy as two different records, the last several years have seen the emergence of two very different people. In terms of himself, the ways in which Tyler differs from the person he was last time we sat down for an interview are plentiful. He's calmer, speaking with a confidence and assertiveness that wasn't always present in the past, giving the impression of a man more assured of where it is he wants to go. He goes to bed at night and wakes up in the morning, at least most of the time, channeling his creativity in a more structured way and adhering to timetables, rather than being on call 24/7. He's a man with very different priorities these days, namely those of a father. In the months after Rosie was born, he described fatherhood as one of the only things in his life, if not the only thing in his life, in which his enthusiasm continues to increase, as opposed to hitting a comfortable plateau. While the effects that becoming a father has had on him are obvious, I've long wondered what impact it may have inadvertently had on the band. The dancing, the costumes, the bright colours, the happy sounds, the big blue dragon. There's an almost cartoonish quality to certain aspects of Scaled and Icy. Sure, there's a darker and more sinister side lurking in the background, but to pick up on those things requires a level of cognition that no small child possesses. With that in mind, I asked Tyler whether there was a part of him that wanted to create an album that would be accessible for Rosie. An album that she too could experience and enjoy, and that wouldn't be too dark or scary for her to be exposed to. I don't know if that was necessarily conscious, he ponders. I think that looking back, suddenly, a switch flips inside of him. Rosie hasn't been at many of our shows. She's only really been to a couple, but when she's there, I am very aware that she is. I can feel her there. I'll start saying things to myself like, maybe don't do that weird thing, or maybe don't say that silly thing you were going to say. I don't know. It's weird. I expressed those feelings to Jenna at the last show we played where Rosie was watching. I was like, I'm not sure how comfortable I am with my family being at a show. Maybe I just need to work through it and get over it, but there's something about my child, about my daughter. Again, another flip of the switch. I want to introduce her to these themes at the right time, in the right order. What will happen if she continues to watch me perform is that she's going to have to learn to separate the person she sees on stage from her dad. She's going to have to. There's no way around it. I don't know if I want her to have to do that. I don't know that I'm comfortable with her seeing me as two different people. I don't like my kids watching me play a show, and that sucks. That's something you would think you'd want your kids to see and enjoy like everybody else. It's an incredibly raw and unguarded moment of honesty, and it's these kinds of moments that I've personally always found the most intriguing. Although the stories and characters that Tyler and Josh have created in tandem with their music have captured the minds and imaginations of so many, it's a subject I've never wanted to pursue too relentlessly. Not because it doesn't interest or fascinate me, but because to attempt to educate the band's most invested supporters on any aspect of their world would kind of feel like explaining how a clutch works to a stunt driver. Any secrets I may know are not mine to tell, and any conclusions I draw will never be the most detailed or succinct compared to those of their most dedicated fans. What I've always found the most fascinating is the human story at play, the perspectives of two ordinary people who happen to be capable of extraordinary things. In an age of constant scrutiny driven by demands of perfection and instant gratification, it's far too easy to forget that the people we see on posters, in videos, or on a stage are at their core as normal as the rest of us. It's a difficult line to walk, even for Tyler himself. I feel like a lot of the people I know and love put the Tyler who performs on stage in a closet somewhere, he tells me. It's like they let him out to do his thing and then put him away again. Even directly after a show, in the way that you and I interact, I think you more than anyone, you're wanting to interact with the guy you saw on stage because you have so many questions for him. But no one else wants to interact with that guy. They just want him to be carried away and to be put into the truck with all the lighting. I don't think that Rosie knows how to do that. So to come back to your original question about whether or not any aspect of Scaled and Icy was made for her, I guess that maybe I was trying to create a world for me to be creative in, but that also allowed me to carry on the story in a way that she could interpret. It wasn't intentional, but maybe it was there, subliminally. Whatever the source of its inspiration, on a purely creative level, Scaled and Icy provided Tyler and Josh with a new and vast array of tools with which they can continue to evolve. Technical and logistical lessons aside, it pushed them into territories they would never previously have gone near. Almost a year to the day after its initial broadcast, the pair took their 21 Pilots livestream experience into cinemas across the world. Featuring additional behind-the-scenes footage and enhanced audio tailored to the big screen, the event was shown in more than 2,000 movie theatres in over 70 countries. 1 week before the film's release, they recorded a special set for the legendary MTV Unplugged series in Los Angeles, containing reworked and reimagined versions of numerous songs from across their catalogue, and performed live, in especially vulnerable fashion, in front of an audience. Embarking on both challenges, let alone within a few days of each other, was a mammoth task, but in tackling them head-on, the pair showed themselves, as well as the rest of the world, that they could rise to any occasion. As Josh puts it, it proved that they can pivot and change course, even if it means tearing up their plans. Perhaps the best example of that came in February 2023. Following the last-minute cancellation of Blink-182, Tyler and Josh were approached by promoters in South America to fill the vacant headline spot at a handful of festivals across the continent, including Lollapalooza. Despite having barely 2 weeks' notice to pull everything together, including a makeshift crew, they stepped out of their comfort zone like never before to perform in front of crowds of more than 100,000 people. It was a landmark achievement, one that saw them erase any remaining skepticism as to whether or not they are worthy of a seat at music's top table. While some have never seemed to grasp the size and scale of the band, you'd be hard-pressed to find bigger critics of 21 Pilots than its own two members. Tyler in particular has often cut the figure of somebody striving for more, somebody who perhaps wishes to be seen as successful as well as simply being successful. It's an insecurity likely driven by a case of imposter syndrome that so many of us have. I put it to him that it must be getting to the point by now where even he sees the band for the success that it is. After all, what challenge outside of playing a set on the moon are they yet to tackle? You're right, he concedes, smiling reluctantly. You're completely right. It still feels like our little secret, though. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's bigger than that. It's almost impossible to maintain a perspective of what you're doing when you're the person doing it, he adds. I think there's a real value in having a few people in your life who you feel can be honest with you. And that's something I learned through the process of making Scaled and Icy. I needed to let those people know about my struggles, to allow myself to ask them to speak up. On the next record, I've been able to bring people like Chris and Mark out to my studio and let them hear where it's at. There was a moment of despair during that process when I was wondering whether I could even get the record done, and I was able to show them how I really feel when I'm in the studio. It was a moment of complete uncertainty that I so often live with, and it was heavy. It kind of shook them. People were allowed to see a moment that I usually reserve for just myself. They were asking themselves, does this guy think that anything he does is good? I know I'm jumping ahead, but thinking back to Scaled and Icy, I didn't show my cards. I didn't show anyone how I was kind of being tortured while creating it. I've learned that it's okay to let people see the turmoil. I always thought I should keep that to myself, and I can definitely feel that on Scaled and Icy when I listen to it. I can feel that I didn't allow anyone to know just how hard it was on me, and that's something I purposefully changed in terms of what comes next. As he finishes that sentence, you can physically see the tension leaving him. I'll tell you what, man. It's better for it. Despite the time that has passed since our last interview, and the vast array of personal and societal changes that have occurred, it's clear as our conversation draws to a close that despite the various successes that played out over the course of Scaled and Icy, and despite the countless bridges that were crossed in the process, one thing simply hasn't gone away. The doubt. As strange as it may seem, there's still a genuine uncertainty, a very real fear and anxiety, at the heart of one of the last decade's biggest and most successful bands. Feelings that make its driving forces question whether or not they're good at what they do, or whether they're remotely worthy of their position. Even after years of success, billions of streams, and the millions of fans who have witnessed them conquer the globe, the two people at the centre of it all are still riddled with many of the same fears and insecurities they were on the day that we met. To revisit something I wrote many years ago, it's as though they still don't believe that what they have to offer is enough. It's funny, begins Tyler. Sometimes I turn to Jenna and I go, you know, I could have been great. To hear these words come out of his mouth is a jaw-dropping moment. You don't think you're great? I ask him. No, he replies bluntly. I guess that, in terms of fame or success and all that stuff, he hesitates, unsure as to whether he should go where it is that he so clearly wants to. I've never met him, but a few years back, Max Martin reached out. He was like, I'll fly to Columbus. Let's make a record together. That was the moment. He's one of the best songwriters in the world. I was like, do I take this moment? Is this my moment? He then scoffs, almost apologetically. For whatever reason, I chose to go my own way and write a record like Scaled and Icy instead. The truth, even if they don't always see it themselves, is that what Tyler and Josh have achieved is incredible. Although I live thousands of miles away on another continent, I see and feel the impact the band has had almost every day. Over the years, I have had several neighbours who would play their music through the walls that separate me from them. Just as I've witnessed the children of my friends grow older and begin to wear shirts, hoodies and hats bearing their name. Last year, I even discovered that an assistant at my dental practice had been a fan of the band for as long as I've been writing about them. Given I live in a house in a small town, near a small city on the other side of the world from them, my own corner, in a corner, in a corner, moments like those have a way of putting things into perspective. They might not always feel it or be aware of it. They might not even believe it much of the time. But the impact that 21 Pilots has had on millions of people from all over the world, regardless of whether they even speak the same language, is pretty significant. Or, as I put it to Tyler, pretty great. Wow, he smiles. You know, I really appreciate that. Hearing you say things like that, it's so humbling. Sometimes I need these reminders that this thing is so much bigger than my own feelings. Whenever I interact with someone or whenever someone recognizes me, they're often like, you're just walking around. It's like no one even knows it's you. I love that. I'm always just like, nobody knows. It's just you and me. This is our secret. As our fans get older and find themselves out in the world, getting on with life, it's really special to have those moments. One of those interactions I had was with a fan who was working at a clothes exposition. I met a woman who has her own business selling vintage t-shirts, and she came up to me and told me how much she appreciated what Josh and I have created. I was like, you're a boss. You've got your own business, you're driven, you're super smart. I want to learn about you. It's so amazing to see some of our fans getting older and pursuing their goals, while still living inside that bubble of being a 21 Pilots fan. It's a really cool place to be. As ever, it's a place that is entirely their own. It might not have been created or presented how or when they might ideally have wished, just as it might not have sounded the way that some people wanted it to. But what's undeniable is that Scaled and Icy has become one of 21 Pilots' biggest accomplishments, and it's what the album represents, rather than what it sounds like, that makes that the case. It's an album about learning, or at least trying to learn, to let go. It's about embracing a side of life, as well as a side of yourself, that you aren't necessarily sure of. It's about learning to be comfortable with your own discomfort and making peace with the things that you can't control, no matter how much you wish that you could, as well as being content with the things that you can. Most of all, it's about knowing who you are in any given moment, however that may compare to who you were or who you will ultimately become. To go back to the question posed at the beginning of this chapter, it's about being able to answer with 5 very simple words. Anything I want to do. Well, Almost anything. I don't know that Tyler and I will ever be at a place in our career where we're like, it's all fine now. People are always going to come to the shows and listen to our albums and it's all going to be okay, says Josh. We still have this feeling that it could go away at any time. Seriously? I ask him. You still believe that? Absolutely. We're finishing an album now and we're going to play some shows in the near future, but I still envision walking out on stage and nobody being there. I don't know what that is, and I don't know if it will ever fully go away. I do feel as though the more albums we release, the more times that we go away and the more times that we come back to find people still there, the more it allows me to feel a little bit more comfortable, but it's still in the back of my mind that it's only a matter of time until people just don't care anymore. Having ended the cycle for Scaled and Icy on some of the biggest stages in the world, in front of the biggest audiences of their career, the thought of everything and everyone suddenly disappearing feels pretty unlikely. That said, it's a feeling that's completely in step with anything the two have ever said to me, going back to our very first encounter. It was during that meeting, documented in the very first chapter of this book, that Tyler spoke of the disappointment he feels when watching artists going through the motions. Artists who are no longer grappling with something that had once consumed them. Almost a decade on, in a world so different to the one that first brought us together, as we prepare to part ways, I wonder what it is that he's grappling with these days, as well as how those tussles might shape what comes next. What, exactly, is he fighting? I know this might sound a little bit over the top, he cautions, but I really do believe that when I'm on stage, I'm fighting for who I am. I'm fighting for my identity, for my purpose and what it is that I stand for. I don't think that our career was ever set up in a way that allowed for any sort of victory lap. Things just never panned out that way. We probably could have taken that lap at some point, but we always decided not to. There have been opportunities for us to celebrate, to cash in and kind of coast on our legacy. And that time's passed us by, and I'm glad it has, because now the only option is to get on stage again. Suddenly, a familiar glint appears in his eye. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a fight. And that's exactly what it needs to be. Acknowledgements. In many ways, this is the most difficult and daunting passage of the book that I have had to face, despite many of the words that came before these being written during some of the most traumatic times in my life. Not for any particularly noble reason, such as my not wishing to forget anyone who may deserve credit or mention, of which there are many, but because it serves as a stubborn reminder of the thing that has always annoyed me the most, that I can't do everything on my own. With that in mind, I would first like to thank Tyler Joseph and Josh Dunn, as well as their respective families, for allowing me the privilege of documenting the tiniest chapters of their story over the past decade. I genuinely cannot put into words how much I value and appreciate the trust and friendship that you have so unwaveringly shown me over the years. I hope that I continue to justify both of those things for many more years to come. Similarly, I would like to thank Chris Waltman for giving me untold hours of his time, not to mention the countless tickets and passes, the unfiltered access, and the amazing opportunities that every part of this book was ultimately built on. None of this would ever have happened without you welcoming me in. Thank you for always answering the call, eventually, and believing that not I, but we have something to tell the world. Furthermore, thank you to the wider 21 Pilots team past and present, particularly Brad and Michael Gibson, Mark Eshelman, Pete Ganbarg, and Max Lutkin, for never questioning my presence. Obligatory gratitude should probably be extended to my family, Mum, Dad, Nick, Kath, Ollie and Lizzie, who probably feel as though they somehow had a hand in my glorious success. Enjoy basking in the warm glow of my accomplishments, you utter freeloaders. Warmer and more sincere thanks go to my brother Christian and my oldest friend Daniel. In dedicating this book to you both, your names and your legacies will live on as both of you should have. You deserved more. Special thanks to Steve Beach, Kelly Chalice, and Jordan Gaster for helping this book to find its way into the world. I owe you all. Rob Sace. Rob bloody Sace. To my former colleagues at Rocksound who supported me at my best and tolerated me at my worst, know that I appreciate every single one of you and the dedication you each showed to the task at hand. I hope that as the years have passed, you have all come to understand that there was a method to the madness. Without your hard work, none of these stories could ever have been written or successfully passed on. I know. I knew. As for the fans, thank you for embracing this book so passionately and for giving me hope that not everything is about memes and videos of dogs refusing to get in the bath. Think before you speak, read before you think. Lastly, and most importantly of all, thank you to Nikki Campbell for teaching me not merely about winning and losing, but about the importance of having the courage to simply spin the wheel. About the author. Ryan Bird is a media consultant and creative collaborator and former journalist, editor, and creative director from Oxford, England. Over the last 2 decades, he has had his work published in, and in some cases has been inexplicably employed by, the likes of Kerrang, Metal Hammer, Rocksound, NME, Q, The Guardian, and the BBC. He maintains, without remorse, that nu metal is the greatest genre of music ever to have existed. That was The Only Band in the World, written and read by Ryan Bird. Produced at Electric Breeze Audio Productions, Oxford. Text copyright Ryan Bird and Be Your Own Media Limited, 2024. Recording copyright to Ryan Bird and Be Your Own Media Limited, 2025. All rights reserved. The moral rights of this author have been asserted. To purchase a physical copy of this book, or to follow us on social media, visit theonlybanditw.com.